everyone. Welcome back for another day of live NFL free agency coverage here at Chat Sports. Matthew Peterson covering 3 teams specifically, but just general NFL news, rumors, transactions, all that stuff. But if you are tuning in for the very first time, we're going to be covering in depth the Browns, the Broncos, and the Falcons, the 3 teams I cover here at Chat Sports. But of course, all news from the NFL will be covered as well. But if those 3 teams have a transaction, we'll do a more in-depth breakdown on that. And speaking of some NFL moves and news, we've already got a signing for the last 2 to 3 minutes, and it's a familiar face for some. Former Atlanta Falcon Marcus Mariota going back to the Commanders to back up Jaden Daniels for another season on a 1-year, $8 million contract, and that is a potential Browns quarterback target off the board. So, Mariota, I don't think was high up on anyone's really wish list this offseason, but he returns to DC for another season. Appreciate everyone for watching with us here as we inch closer and closer to the start of the new league year. If you don't know, if this is your first time really diving into NFL free agency, the way it works is Monday to Wednesday, legal tampering is permitted. That means agents can talk to teams. Players cannot talk to teams, just agents. Then Wednesday at today, 4 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Central, 2 p.m. Mountain Time, you will see a flurry of notifications and moves and news as things become finalized. All the signings over the last 24 hours, 48 hours, are not actually done deals unless the player was a free agent already, meaning the team released him. But, okay, thank you. We'll get to that in a second here. But, as I was saying, once 4 p.m. Eastern hits, you're going to see a lot of, pen to paper and things actually get done. So don't be confused when you're like, wait, they already signed him. Why am I hearing about this all again? Now it actually becomes official. Now, we do have some NFL news here as the Rams are releasing Cooper Kupp. This was something we talked about during our live coverage yesterday. Not a surprise to me, and if you were watching yesterday, it shouldn't be a surprise to you. I did not think they would find a trade partner as we got close to the start of the new league year. That's when a lot of roster bonuses kick in, and teams don't want to pay that money, so they have to find a trade before the start of the new league year, or in Kirk Cousins' case, 5 days into the new league year, and if teams cannot, they ultimately just release them. So, Cooper Kupp will be a free agent. He can sign wherever he wants, and I think the Broncos are going to be a team to keep an eye on. I do not predict that Kupp will sign with Denver. I think the Broncos are much more comfortable with their current receiving core than people realize, and I just feel like Kupp's going to have a decent enough market where, not that the Broncos are going to be cheapos and unable to pay him, but if he's going to have a good enough market where some other team's going to pay him a lot and Denver's already 50-50 on needing another wide receiver of that magnitude, they will probably let him go somewhere else. So definitely a fun name, 2021 Triple Crown winner. The last 3 years, though, he has missed a considerable amount of time. Missed 10 total games combined between 2023 and 2024. Missed over half of the games in 2022. That's a good percentage. And for someone who's getting older and missing time, it's not pointing in the right direction, at least for me, to be comfortable with, hey, let's give you $15 to $20 million, which seems a little bit on the high end, but Devontae Adams just got a big, check from the LA Rams. And while he has not been injured, he's getting up in the age column as well. So 15 probably feels like a little bit on the high side for Cooper Kupp, but I do think that he's going to have a big enough bidding war to garnish a decent contract from someone. If I had to predict where Cooper Kupp ends up, it doesn't feel like a very Chiefs thing to do, but they do need some help at receiver. They shouldn't have a lot of confidence in Xavier Worthy staying out of trouble between now and September. Rashee Rice is coming back from an injury. Travis Kelce's getting older. They brought back Marquise Brown. It could make some sense for Kansas City. So that could be one place to watch for. I see 2 Super Chats have already come in here from our Browns show and our Broncos show. We have 3 different Chat Sports channels all watching the same feed right now. The Browns Report, Falcons today and the Broncos breakdown. So my eyes will kind of be across those 3 chats. But if you've watched the last day or 2 of our free agency coverage, you know how it can get a little bit competitive, which I did not anticipate when it comes to super chats and likes. Mac, what's going on, dude? I just realized Asante Samuel Jr. is a free agent. Think we can grab him and ship Newsome to a different team? I like Asante Samuel a lot as a free agent. I talked about him maybe being a good fit for the Falcons. They brought back Mike Hughes, so unlikely they pursue him now. I'm thinking the Chargers re-sign him because they just lost 1 DB to the Chiefs, so that probably adds in a little bit extra motivation to bring back Samuel. But I think he's a good player that on any team you can find a good role for him. So I'd be on board with this, but I don't think the Browns are going to be shelling out the money that Samuel could be looking for and will probably get in free agency. He did miss most of the past year with an injury, only played 4 games, but if I'm told Cleveland signed Asante Samuel Jr. and they traded Greg Newsome for a decent draft pick, I'm going to say that's a good move for the Browns right there. So, Mac, you sold me. You convinced me. I'm on board, and I didn't need much convincing. We're going to look at one more Super Chat in just a second, but first things first, Fanatics continues to roll out some really good deals and sales. Go to chatsports.com/fanatics. I put this link already in the comments and description of today's video. So if you want to get a t-shirt, a hoodie, or a jersey, just make sure to use our link chatsports.com/fanatics, and you can get 25% off. But these deals, they can be a little fluid over on Fanatics, so don't put it off, because if you wait a few days or a week to do so, that sale may no longer be around. So check it out right now, chatsports.com/fanatics. So Super Chat rolling in on Falcons and on Broncos, which we'll get to both in just a second here. Appreciate everyone watching. 224 people tuned in on our Broncos channel, 31 likes. Hit that thumbs up button. On Falcons today, 227 viewers, 35 likes, so 4 more for Atlanta. And then our Browns channel, 218 viewers and 47 likes. So Cleveland leading the way in the like battle across our Browns, Broncos, and Falcons channels here at Chat Sports. So Super Chat's coming up in just a second here. Is anyone going to try to get me here? C. Hogan, Kadeo Hodge deal when, Petey? I would say, I don't want to say soon because I don't want to get everyone's hopes up, but it's going to get done. There's plenty of motivation from Atlanta to bring him back. If I had to play devil's advocate, though, they did just sign former Browns special teamer Mike Ford. Was that their special teams acquisition? I think you can be comfortable with having Kadero Hodge and Mike Ford on your roster for what you're paying them, knowing usually you don't spend too much for just pure special teamers, but man, Hodge against the Buccaneers showed he can play offense too. So former Brown as well. A couple Browns-Falcons interactions right there. Mike Ford and Kadero Hodge. Let's see. I'm the man of the chat on our Broncos stream. What up, Petey? What's going on? Appreciate you for tuning in.
I'm getting the Super Chats. Don't worry. My link expired. I got to fix it.
Super Chats will come in just a second here. Sup, do you think Kirk Cousins will get released today? Chubb back to Cleveland, and will the Browns trade for Olave? All right, let's break it down question by question. Sup, as for Kirk Cousins, I do believe he will be released. I don't think it's necessarily going to be just today. His $10 million roster bonus kicks in March 17th. That's 5 days from now. I would say sometime between then and now, he's getting released. Atlanta's probably trying to find one last gasp of a trade, but if they realize there's just no one trading for him, why drag it out any longer? So I'd say a Cousins release. Let's go with Friday. Little Friday news dump, huh? Friday afternoon news dump. I'll go with that for Kirk Cousins. Your other question, Chubb back to Cleveland. No, I don't believe Nick Chubb will be coming back to Cleveland. I think the Browns are going to go a different direction. Really, I'm not sure where Chubb could end up. I think any team could have some level of interest. I don't think there's going to be an obvious fit for him. Maybe the Broncos, they do need some running back help, and I think he would be a great veteran mentor for a rookie that they inevitably draft. So that could be one destination for Nick Chubb, but I don't think he's coming back to Cleveland. As for Chris Olave, I don't believe they are going to trade him. I have a tough time thinking that Kellen Moore took the Saints job just to have one of his best players traded away a month later. Not really adding up to me, so I will say no go on Olave. Camden from our Broncos stream. Appreciate it, Camden. What could you see Kirk Cousins' trade value is if a team like the Browns do trade for him? It's on the Broncos channel, Camden. All right. One, if Cousins gets dealt, he has to A, waive his no-trade clause, and B, the new team acquiring him will have to have a new contract worked out because no team wants to take on 3 years of Kirk Cousins after last year. So he's going to have to agree to a new 1-year deal. But the Falcons are on the hook for his base salary this year. So that's $27.5 million. If, say, the new team agrees to a $5 million contract, Atlanta pays $22.5 million, and the new team pays $5 million, and Cousins still gets his $27.5 million. Cousins will agree to just a vet minimum. So it'd be like a $2 million deal. As for what trade value could be, no team's going to offer much at all because they just are going to wait. Just like how no team traded for Cooper Kupp. They knew that the Rams were going to release him, so why trade for him when you can just wait and sign him in the open market? I think the same goes for Cousins. So if there is a trade, it'll probably be like a 6th and a 7th round pick swap, where Atlanta gets Kirk Cousins and a 7th, and the Browns get, Atlanta gets a 7th round draft pick, and the Browns get Kirk Cousins and a 6th. But that is my estimate for what a trade value would be, but I don't believe Cousins will be traded. Camden, thank you so much for your super chat. Trey with a $10 super chat over on our Falcons channel. There was a report that Jeff Ulbrich stated, Malachi Starks is the safest pick in the draft. Thoughts on Atlanta potentially taking the UGA safety over edge in round 1? It's funny because I saw, a tweet about Jeff Ulbrich just glazing over Malachi Starks, and then Reed sent me the same tweet like 5 minutes later. But I'm not in favor of the Falcons taking a safety in round 1. I just feel like the edge rusher is way too big of a need to push aside for a position that is towards the bottom of the totem pole for influence on a game. I don't want to completely diminish the safety position, but there's a reason, and it's not a coincidence or a big witch hunt against safeties. You don't see safeties going round 1 very often, right? You had Kyle Hamilton, Jamal Adams. Who else is a safety that's gone round 1? Jabril Peppers was here's a first-round pick. That was in 2017. That was a while ago. No, wait, was he a first? No, he was early in 2017. Yeah, so I don't think. I'm not on board. Derwin James, Eric, we're going back a while now. I'm not on board with Malachi Starks in round 1. I think for Atlanta, you have to address the edge rusher spot. It's too good of an edge class to pass on one at 15. Trey, really appreciate your super chat, though. Good insight. Sup, what's going on? From our Browns channel. Here we go, Brownies. Here we go. Thank you, Sup. I'd say go Buckeyes, but I'm still a little salty over the college football playoff loss. We had this debate 2 days ago, by the way, in this room, because this is an absolute refrigerator of a studio. Would you rather be in 100-degree weather or like 10-degree weather? It was frigid at the shoe for Tennessee, Ohio State, the first round. And you know what? I would have rather been in a hot September Neyland Stadium than freezing my ass off in Columbus.
How hot does it get in Neyland Stadium, though?
I'm not going to say like it's the desert, but in September in East Tennessee, like it's going to get up there, especially when that sun is not a cloud in the sky to block you or shade you. You're going to start cooking.
So,
not going to say it's the hottest. It's not the hottest.
A September 12 o'clock game in Doak Campbell Stadium at Florida State makes you question life.
I also say that if you go to like a noon kickoff drunk, everything feels 100 times hotter.
Way hotter.
Yep. All right. I think we're caught up on supers, maybe one or two more, but we had this, by the way. Devin Bush, he came back to the Browns late afternoon yesterday. I like the deal for Cleveland. 1 year, $3.5 million. A little less than that, actually. So I think from a good, pound for pound what you're paying versus what you're getting. It's not some very expensive contract. And with uncertainty at JOK's injury status, I like this move a lot for Cleveland. I thought Bush played, well enough to warrant a re-signing in the second half of 2024. And then the Broncos the Broncos signed a wide receiver, Trent Sherfield. He's a journeyman from the Cardinals to the Dolphins to the Bills to the Vikings to the Broncos. He is not coming to Denver to be a big name receiver or anything close to it. He is your special team signing. This was Darren Rizzi had a wish list, and they go, all right, Darren, you can pick one toy, right? That's it. And that's who he got. So we had that along with an actual re-signing for the Broncos, which was linebacker Justin Stranad, which I did not realize would be such a divisive signing, by the way. People are very passionate, which I do love passionate fans, but man, people are like sometimes up in arms of, I can't believe they did this. He fucking sucks. Guys, it was $2.7 million. I take a chill pill for a little bit.
I think you got to realize 2.7 is nothing.
It's a tiny percentage.
Tiny percentage of what they actually pay.
Rose, come on, Browns. Let's make a move. On the edge of my seat out here, I'm too anxious. Rose, I'd slide back. I don't think they're going to have this big free agent signing that every fan base hopes their team does, because it's at least fun to be in the news. It's fun to be talked about. It's fun to feel like, okay, if you paid a lot of money, they have to be good. But that's not the way Andrew Berry and the Browns have operated under his tenure. I don't think it's going to change now. So there'll be more volume moves like Devin Bush, but I don't think there'll be big signings. So Mike Ford, by the way, speaking of the Browns, leaving Cleveland to go back to Atlanta. Cheap 2-year, $4 million contract. He is going to be a big special teams asset for the Falcons. He was just a gritty guy. I mean, an absolute grinder with the Browns. And, Cleveland fans remember he took the terrible towel from someone's hand after the Browns beat the Steelers and just used it as toilet paper. So he's going to be a fan favorite for Cleveland for that, and he's going to be a good asset for Atlanta. We got another super chat from DKA on our Browns channel. When will the Browns move on from Wyatt Teller, Okoronkwo, and Greg Newsome? So they've already used up both of their, and you only get 2 post-June 1 designations. And for the Browns, the way they've structured these contracts, at least for Teller and Okoronkwo, there are no savings to be had by releasing them now. So the only reason why you'd move on from these guys is because you don't think they're any good, they're going to waste a roster spot, or you can get a trade pick out, you can get a draft pick out of them. I don't think they've reached the conclusion for the first 2 of he's so bad, it's worth paying him to leave. May not be living up to the contract, at least for Okoronkwo. Well, that wasn't that big of a contract, but I only think they leave now if they get traded. And that may very well happen still. With Joel Bitonio returning, Cleveland may decide we really can't afford to have Teller and Bitonio at these cap hits, so we're going to trade Teller away and we're going to insert Zach Zinter. Okoronkwo, I thought, could be on the chopping block with Isaiah McGuire on the rise, but if he's not going to be a post-June 1 release, then it really doesn't make a ton of sense to just cut him outright unless you are just dying to get him off your roster. As for Greg Newsome, I would keep an eye on a trade for Newsome. That feels like something that could happen a little post-free agency, though, where a team that wants a corner doesn't get a corner, and they're like, all right, let's just satisfy our corner need now with a trade, and we can then go to the draft knowing that's one less hole we have to fill. DKA, thank you so much for your super chat. Colin Fields, what's going on? Do you think Rondale Moore will get opportunities with McLeod stepping up at wide receiver 3 last season? Rondale Moore's a free agent. He is not on any team right now, or at least he won't be in an hour and a half when the new league year begins. So for the time being, he's got no opportunities. He needs to be signed first. And I bet Atlanta would like to bring him back. They traded for him. They want to see that through a little bit. I don't think it'll cost you very much. So I would keep an eye on Atlanta re-signing Rondale Moore. We got a few more super chats as well. We'll get to it in just a second, but I do want to give some shout outs. If you're unable to super chat, that's never an issue whatsoever. It just guarantees a spot on screen. But shout out your city for me in the chat. Let me know where you're tuning in from. Always love to see where people are watching from. So get in the chat right now as we wait for some news, some signings to come in. Let me know where you're watching from. There's no worse, well, there's probably worse feelings, but one of the most annoying feelings, and maybe it's just a me problem, when you have, which is freezing in here, a pullover on and a T-shirt underneath, and the shirt starts to, creep up. You know what I mean? and you're just constantly pulling it down. I hate that. That is all time, not that actually bad of a problem, but a really annoying problem to have. Kathy's tuning from Sacramento. Nicholas is in Greenville, North Carolina. I'm the Man is in Toronto. Jeff's in Rapid City, South Dakota. We've got Ambitions in Wisconsin. Camden with the super chat. Michael's in Atlanta. ZD Productions in North Carolina. Matthew's in Ithaca, New York. Mac is in LA. John is in Troy, Ohio. Kenneth is in Atlanta. Richard's in Cleveland. There we go. Police the Police is in the town here. Timothy, as always, in upstate New York. Mike's in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I've got Savannah, Georgia from Aiden. Joel is in Pennsylvania. We have Athens, Ohio in the house. Let's see. Christopher in the Buckeye State. Alex is in Oregon. Silver is in Dayton, Ohio. Jess is in Joplin, Missouri. Jess, we stopped in Joplin, Missouri on our way back from the NFL Combine. Just a little refill. Well, there were 5 of us in the car, and Debo Samuel got traded to the Commanders, and in the car was our 49ers host, so we had to film a video. So we stopped in Joplin, Missouri, dropped him off at a Starbucks, and then the rest of the crew went to Chick-fil-A. But Joplin, Missouri, very nice Starbucks, I will say that much. Also, the funniest part was the 49ers host, Chase Sr., he went into Starbucks, right? And he still had his credential on from the Combine, because you got to keep it on when you're there. And I don't think he was trying to do it to impress people. I just think he kind of forgot it was still on. But, man, the look on the barista's face when he saw him walk up with a Combine credential, and this guy was like NFL fan, big Chiefs fan. He's like, how are you here in Joplin, Missouri when the Combine's going on right now? And he was like, we're driving home right now. But this guy had sheer did you time travel here? All right, we have a few other super chats, so let's get those on screen. Overlord went off the rails yesterday. Yeah, overboard, that's a better way to put it. What's the Venmo, the daily limit on my nerve? Do you want to put the Venmo at the bottom? Okay, that'd be easier, I think. So that's the Venmo right there, Overlord. If you don't know what he's talking about, yesterday and the day before, the last hour, it turned into an absolute super chat palooza and frenzy of the 3 channels competing to see who can send the most in. And Overlord, I would say, looked a little bit like Dirk in the Mavs title run. It was an unbelievable, impressive performance to put everything on his back. He had some assistance, don't get me wrong, but I think we can all agree he did the heavy lifting for sure. I mean, Dave Joseph came in big and a handful, Mr. Haha, but Overlord, that was something I talked about with my fiance when I got home. I was like, you don't know Overlord, but you're going to learn all about him. A few other super chats coming in. No new signings for any of these 3 teams we're talking about at the moment. Okay, 1 second. Aiden, need PD mock draft. I got Broncos taking Omarion Hampton. So I haven't done a ton of mock drafts, and I'd actually like everyone's input on this. A signing? No, Dov sucks. The new Dov blows chunks. I'm talking blows chunks of when it comes out your nose, you're throwing up that much. Cameron Wolf, just read it out loud.
Regarding Trey Hendrickson, the Bengals are seeking a first-round pick and more for pass rusher Trey Hendrickson.
So that's the Bengals saying. That's the Bengals saying we'd like a first, but we'll take a second. Remember, the Seahawks said we want a first and a third for DK. They did not get that. They got a second. Teams are. It's like bargaining in a third world country. You go up and you say this, they say this, and you meet in the middle.
I want a goat. I'll give you a dog.
Yeah.
How about a chicken? Deal.
But Aiden, this is the question I want to ask you first, and then I'll talk about your idea. I haven't done many mock drafts this offseason, and the reason being is mock drafts have become so accessible to everyone. And I think that's a great thing. I think that they've kind of been watered down a little bit because everyone has a mock draft. It's kind of like the podcast boom. Everyone's got a podcast now, right? Everyone posts their mock drafts on Twitter. Everyone does mock draft videos. And with so many mock drafts out there, I feel like they just don't quite carry the same oomph of, I remember in high school, it was crack cocaine when like Bleacher Report would drop a new mock draft before class started. I would scour the internet for other mock drafts. Now everyone does one, and it's like, what's new? Another mock draft with one of the same 3 picks that everyone else has. So I've pulled back on mock drafts. I'm only going to do mock drafts now when it feels like there should be an update because of a material change. A post-free agency mock draft. Hey, now that we know the roster needs for the team after signing these players, let's redo our mock draft. So let me know if you guys are like, Petey, you're being stupid, do more mock drafts, or you're like, yeah, that's actually kind of the reason why I don't watch many mock drafts anymore, because everyone's got a mock draft. I would love to hear everyone's thoughts on this, because I want to give you guys content you want to hear. Okay. Where were we? We had Overlord said, oh my God. Overlord with a $340 Venmo. Overlord! $340 Venmo after maxing out on Super Chats. Shocked. Shocked. Overlord. Spam Overlord in the chat. Holy shit. I'm in the wrong line of work. Overlord, are you hiring?
Yeah.
Wow. Thank you. Times a million. And times a million again. And then add like the little 2 on top of it so it's exponentially bigger. Overlord, a $340 Venmo. Wow. Cheese and crackers. Miami Mac, Overlord, can I give you my Venmo? I'll be a Falcons fan for the week. Well, that puts the Falcons, we'll do like Super Chats and Venmos combined. That puts Atlanta firmly in the lead right now for our Day 3 competition. Overlord. $340 from Overlord. I'm not kidding. I'm looking at it right now. $340 USD. Overlord. You got to hit up my wedding registry. That'll make my fiance very happy. I'm just messing around. Okay. I Dolphin X. Oh, God, we're doing this again. I didn't think it would start this early. I didn't think it would kick off like, what are we even in? 30 minutes into the show. Overlord. You are the combination right now of like Jordan and LeBron. You're one of one. For today, you are by far, you're the MVP, you're the 6th man, you're the starting 5, you're the starting 11, you're Connor McDavid, you're everything. We got another Venmo. Oh, who the fuck do you think who? It's Overlord. $120 Venmo from Overlord. $120 Venmo from Overlord on top of his original $340 Venmo. Salute to Overlord. Overlord. I am on borderline naming my firstborn son Overlord. We're getting close to that territory. I'm talking Chalupa Batman. Wow. Spam Overlord in the chat. I saw a few other supers. I don't want to forget those. Overlord with the performance of a lifetime, and we're still in the first quarter. He's not going to slow down, I bet, either. Fluffy Man, the Broncos are eyeing Broncos on Kyle Juszczyk. Your thoughts? Overlord, once more, God bless you and thank you. Fluffy Man, as for Kyle Juszczyk, if he can still play well, yeah, why not? I mean, if the Niners release him because they feel like he's washed, I expect Sean Payton to pick up on that and not just take a washed player because he's made 9 Pro Bowls. But he loves the fullback. Juszczyk can receive. He's not much of a rusher. Not that he really, maybe he was earlier, but like last year, I think he had 10-ish carries. So, not going to say no to it, but if you're going to sign him, you got to have, with a fullback, it's not about just getting a good player. It's about having Dolphin X with a $500 super chat. $500 super chat from Dolphin X on the Cleveland Browns report. I'm having twins. They're named Overlord and Dolphin. They're going to get bullied at school, but it's going to be a great story at dinner parties. Dolphin and Overlord. These sound like Overwatch characters.
I know.
Spam Dolphin in the chat. I was talking with Reed this morning. I was like, it's gone kind of off the rails the last 2 days, but like I expect it to be a little bit more mild and tempered today. No, it's actually gotten exponentially off the rails, like quicker in the show than ever before. This is unbelievable. Nearly 500 in Venmos from Overlord and 500 super chat from Dolphin X. Dolphin X! That's you! Bowing down to Dolphin X.
And Overlord.
Both of you. God bless. I'm not a priest, but I'd go to the seminary to put them like on a one-way ticket straight to, the top floor.
Browns chat, put those dolphin emojis in the chat.
Yeah, all of a sudden, it's the Cleveland Dolphins today.
Yeah.
The Miami Browns,
Cleveland
Dolphin
Dolphins
X.
Today.
Okay. I feel a little bad because the other super chat got cucked by Dolphin X, so we'll finish with that. But Dolphin X! I can't stop saying Overlord and Dolphin. I feel like my vocabulary is just shrunk to those two. I'd be on board with Juszczyk to summarize, though. But as I was starting to say, if you sign a fullback, you have to have an offense that incorporates the fullback, which Denver did, right? That's why they've had a fullback the last 2 years, Michael Burton. But as long as you have a plan in place, then the signing makes sense. You don't bring chicken to a vegetarian potluck, right? If your offense doesn't have a fullback role in it or use of it, then it won't make sense. But Denver does. I'd be on board with Juszczyk for sure. By the way, I don't know if I'm dumb for this. Do you know where Juszczyk, not trying to put anyone on the spot here, was drafted by? What team drafted Kyle Juszczyk? I thought it was the 49ers. I thought it was a Niners' entire career.
Can I give you Tennessee Titans?
No. Maybe I'm just an idiot. He was drafted by the Ravens.
Really?
And he played there for like 4 years. Goes to San Francisco, year one Pro Bowler. Which the Ravens have a lot of success with fullbacks too. Patrick Ricard. But I did not know that. Jeez. Okay. So we have a few other supers. We're still waiting on, or maybe not waiting on, but seeing if any more signings and things like that come in. So far, no news. Biggest news at the moment, though, would be Cooper Kupp being informed of his release. I think Denver will have some interest. Now that he's a free agent, that's a lot more manageable. You're not giving up any draft picks. So, Broncos fans watching, let me know, do you want to sign Cooper Kupp? Give me a yes, give me a no, make it nice and easy. I think it's also important to factor in what it would likely cost. And not that Denver is, pinching pennies here, but let's just say it's a $15 million contract. I'll probably pass. I don't think it's going to be quite what you're expecting. I think you're envisioning the 2021 Cup, and you're going to get a very different player in 2025. Camden with a $10 super. Even though the Broncos signed defensive players in free agency, could they still draft defense in the first round like a DT or CB? Corner, no. They've got Surtain, Moss, McMillan. I just don't see that happening. Defensive tackle, if like Genty, Warren, and Loveland all go top 19, Walter Nolan from Ole Miss would be my break glass in case of emergency. I think he's going to be a terrific player at the next level. He had 5 sacks, pushing 300 pounds, so he can clog up the run, but he has some pass rushing upside to his game as well. Big fan of the Rebel from Oxford, Mississippi, so Walter Nolan, although after re-signing DJ Jones to a 3-year contract, there's not really a big opportunity for a guy like Nolan in the next year or two. So unless you have some great patience, I don't think you'd use a high draft pick on someone to sit for 2 years. Whereas I could see them going, hey, with a 5th round pick, we'll take a defensive tackle and we'll let that guy develop for 2 years because we need him to develop. Whereas Nolan, he's ready to go out there and start day one. So I'd say probably not for either of those two positions. I think it's going to be, I'm really down to 3 guys, Genty, Warren, or Loveland. I think they're going to find a way to either get one of those 3 or start trading around, moving around, something like that. Camden, thank you for your super chat and your support. Another super chat just flew in here. Still can't get over, like, what? Anthony sent in another Venmo. Sorry. Overlord sent in another Venmo. He Venmo'd his answer for where Kyle Juszczyk began his career, Ravens, and he attached $130 to it. Overlord just threw in a $130 Venmo just to say Juszczyk began his career with the Ravens. This is like the opposite of game shows. Usually you get paid for the answer. He's paying the show for the answer. $130 from Overlord. I'm not kidding. $130 just to say Ravens. Overlord's about to catch an invite to the wedding. We're getting very close to that because Overlord's he already paid for his plate. Oh my God. There's nothing like this right now. Dolphin X and Overlord just dueling. Tim Green has done more than his fair share. I'd be surprised if we see anything more from Tim Green today. Man. Incredible. Joseph saying Overlord equals Arthur Blank. Dolphin X equals Jimmy Haslam. I wonder if there's a Walton Penner in the Broncos group then. That's the richest owner. It is mind-boggling to me how even amongst billionaires, the Broncos ownership can be so rich. Walton Penner, the Walmart family, right? They are richer than the 2nd and 3rd, and I believe still 4th, owners in the NFL combined. It's unfathomable. It's unfathomable to think about what money Arthur Blank and Jimmy Haslam have. The Walmart heir, that's on a different level. So here's where we stand right now, by the way, in the Super Chat battle. Overlord and, of course, Dolphin X going back and forth right now. Just a heavyweight slugfest here, exchanging blow for blow. And the Broncos break down day one in Super Chat battle, so they've got their gold medal. They can kind of sit back a little bit. Like battle, which is completely free, of course, so hit that thumbs up button. We got gold, silver, bronze at the moment. So what did everyone say? Danny says yes on the Broncos side of things for signing Cooper Kupp. Atlantis Gaming, it's your birthday? Happy birthday, Atlantis Gaming. Happy birthday. Any other yeses? Fluffy Man says yes. Nathaniel Pepper says pass. William says hard pass. Kevin says yes. Albert, 1 year, $10 million. Hey, if Cooper Kupp signs a 1 year, $10 million deal, I'll be okay with that. I think really any 1 year contract I won't have like an issue with in terms of being critical of because it's not going to impact any future money. I will say I don't think it's going to be as impactful as you're probably thinking or hoping it will be, but it's not my money and they have the money to spend, so what's the actual negative financial downside? Prevent them from signing someone else? Who else available would be worth that type of money anyway? So, like, if Denver spends $15 million on Cooper Kupp and it doesn't work out, were they going to sign someone else for $15 million? I don't think so. There's not many great options out there, like in terms of players worth $15 million at Denver's needs. DKA, look at Charles Robinson's tweet. Very interesting. All right, let me go look at it. Yeah, Hopkins got $5 million. That's a great point. $15 million is probably, I'm likely inflating it too much. Probably closer to like $10 million. You're right. I'll walk back to 15. Yeah. Well, this is an interesting tweet from DKA. I thought the Falcons were bluffing about keeping Kirk Cousins. I don't think that anymore. They're going to roll right through the Sunday deadline to lock in another $10 million in guaranteed money and see where this goes. I wonder if, just to play devil's advocate, does Atlanta want Kirk Cousins to believe they will keep him? And so if Cousins has used his no trade clause, this kind of incentivizes him to pick up his no trade clause and get traded so he can actually go somewhere to start. Like, there's something for your Cousins to gain by staying on Atlanta's roster in 5 days. He gets $10 million, but he also then runs the risk of, I might be trapped here for a whole year and be a backup. And I think if Cousins serves as a backup this year and then definitely gets released after this season, that might be the end of his NFL career. Like, it would kind of turn into a Joe Flacco career where you won't be signed and the season begins. And you're waiting for a starting quarterback to get injured. Maybe one does, maybe one doesn't. So, $10 million or go somewhere else that wants you to compete to start for their opening quarterback job. He's made a lot of money already. He might pick the opportunity to go elsewhere and battle for a starting job. Yeah, Adams, 2-year, $46 million. What's that, $23 million a season? Quick math, I think so. $23 million, that's a good chunk of change still. $26 million guaranteed. It's basically a 1-year, $26 million contract.
That's also to the Rams, who obviously thought Cooper Kupp is not as good as Devontae Adams.
That's a great point. Fluffy Man with another super chat. Fluffy Man is doing his part right now. Fluffy Man is like I don't want to make fun of Fluffy Man here, but if Overlord is like the U.S. Army and let's say Dolphin X is like the British Army in World War II, Fluffy Man is just Luxembourg, just trying to contribute. Which RB in free agency would you want us to get? Mine is J.K. Dobbins. I'd be very much on board with J.K. Dobbins to Denver. I think after last year with the Chargers, he showed that the injuries have not taken all the great football juice out of him. And if he stays healthy, which is a big if, which the Broncos have already gambled on 2 players who have ifs next to them, he could be a really good asset for you. I'm wondering if there's no running back traction because the Broncos are determined to get it back in the first 2 to 3 rounds of the draft. And then it's that rookie, Jaleel McLaughlin, Tyler Bidet, Audric Estime. And to add a veteran to that room, it creates too crowded of a running back room. Which one? Oh, Najee Harris? He sucks. He sucks.
I'm only bringing this up is because that means they're probably not bringing.
Oh, they're definitely not bringing. Yeah, Dobbins. I don't know why they did this to the Chargers.
I was just about to say, we both, when the Najee Harris news came out, I think we both were like, what's wrong with J.K. Dobbins?
Mm-hmm. Dukes is asking for $50 in Venmo from Overlord. Overlord just sent me another $100. I'm not shitting you. Overlord would like to send $50 to someone if you could do something for it. Oh, he sent me $10. I'm sorry. I added a 0. Do you want to do what's the guy on Twitter who just Venmos people randomly? No. He's like a philanthropist. He's got like 1 million followers, and he just tweets out like, "Who needs $100?" And everyone replies with their grocery bill and things like that. And he's like, "All right, Venmo sent." Overlord, can I offer an idea up? What if we do a duck race for an Overlord Venmo? Take people from the chat and just do a race. That sound good? Let's do that. Overlord, okay, you're on board? Here's what I want to do, Overlord. Yes, thank you to Dakota. Him. The Pute? I don't know how to pronounce his name. Yeah. Here's what I want to do. I want to pick, this is like Beast Game style right now. Since there's no signings and the new league year does not begin for another hour and 12 minutes, with Overlord's permission, I would like to do the following. I would like to pick, how many think? Let's do Hunger Games style. 2 people from our Browns, Broncos, and Falcons chat. And those 6 people are tossed into a duck race for a Overlord Venmo. Does that sound like a good plan to you, Overlord? We're going to pick 2 people from our Browns, Broncos, and Falcons chat, which are the 3 teams we're streaming with right now, and put them all in a duck race, those 6, and the winner gets the $50 Venmo from Overlord. That sound like a good plan? Sure. Overlord, I'll send the winner of each one 50. You mean like 3 different duck races? This is unbelievable.
No, 1 duck race.
I was thinking 1 duck race, Overlord. I kind of like the idea of just like in the Hunger Games, working in a team. You know what I mean? I'm going to come up with a fair way. Can we do the? Can you put the live chat on screen? Would that be No. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I understand. Okay. All right. How about this, Overlord? Let's do 3 races spaced out over our stream. So we'll do one $50 race now, one in like an hour, and another one in like 2 hours. That's like a good plan. That way, if like someone tunes in a little bit later, they don't miss out on all the fun. Let's settle on that. So, with that being said, we're gonna pick 2 people from all 3 chats right now. Get in the chat, spam anything, whatever is easiest for you to spam. I'm going to pause the chat on my computer. I will close my eyes. You're going to take my Scout's honor, Troop 156 here, that I am not going to cheat or give preferential treatment to anyone or anything like that. My only request is if you're hopping into this, have a Venmo. Because I don't want to have someone win and go like, do you do Zelle? I went on a bachelor party, like half the group didn't have Venmo. It was an absolute disaster trying to pay for dinner at the end of the nights. So, have a Venmo. ZD, this coup is not going anywhere. All right. Have a Venmo because I don't want to make Overlord work and be like, now I got to download Cash App or something. You know what I mean? So I'm just going to go in order from like left to right for where my chats are on my monitors right now. We're going to do 1 from the Broncos, then 1 from the Falcons, then 1 from the Browns. So the first one up is going to be from the Broncos. This is a Falcons viewer named Overlord who would like to give away $50 to random viewers. We're going to do 3 separate races, all worth $50. Overlord, if I got any of that wrong, please correct me. This is your money, so I don't want to screw anything up. Are we ready to roll? Write down the names. Get the duck race set up. Keep spamming. Keep spamming. This is truly, you know what's going to happen in the middle of one of these, like, pick a names? Someone's going to get signed. And everyone's like, we don't give a shit about the signing, dude. Overlord's Venmoing $50. This feels like college game day when that kid had the Venmo up for beer money. All right. I'm ready to pick a Broncos viewer, and you are, Reed. Okay. You in a good spot to write down the name? All right. This is going to be for the Broncos chat first. We have 3 different streams on 3 different channels. So, Falcons and Browns fans, like, this is not your time just yet. Broncos right now. I'm going to pause the Broncos chat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pausing it. Doing too fast. 3, 2, 1. Pause it to Reyes Gaming. Reyes Gaming saying, let's go. That's the message. I'm picking the name at the bottom when I pause the chat. Reyes Gaming. That's the first Broncos one. We're going to do Falcons next, then Browns, and then we're going to go back to Broncos. Not a snake draft. Okay, Falcons chat is up next here. Falcons fans, start spamming whatever your heart desires. By the way, we're all just taking Overlords, which I think he's got a pretty credible word, but we're just taking his word for it. So there's that information there. All right. Are we ready? We're going to pause. Yeah. Pause the Falcons chat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pausing it. It's Big Shep. Big Shep. Big Shep. Big Shep. Now Browns. We're going to do every team gets 2. Browns is up next. Browns, spam anything you want. I'll give you guys a few seconds to get your fingers warmed up. Start spamming, Browns. If you win and don't have Venmo, I'm going to be pissed. That's the one rule. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pausing it. I've got Ryan Chowdhury. Ryan Chowdhury. Broncos, the second ducky, is up next. Broncos resume spamming. By the way, for anyone just tuning in, a Falcons viewer is offering up $50 Venmos to 3 different viewers of our current try stream right now. So we're picking a total of 6 people, 2 from each channel, out of the chat. I promise we will cover the NFL free agency, but as long as no signings are happening, I don't think we just need to sit here and continue to rehash the same news and bore everyone's brains out. Yeah. Here we go. Broncos. Broncos only. 3, 2, 1. Looking. I've got Danny May. Danny May. For the Broncos. And if I heard and understood Overlord correctly, this is going to be the first of 3 races. So don't be heartbroken if you're not picked right now. We'll do another one. This whole process all over again in like an hour or so.
It's only a 9-person.
At 6. Yep. 6 per, yeah. This feels like the end of Beast Games.
This is awesome.
Yeah, this is really cool. Everyone show Overlord some love, by the way. All right, Falcons up next, and then Browns. Falcons, resume spamming. Our 2 Broncos races are in. It's Danny May and Reyes Gaming. Falcons, I'm going to pause the chat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pausing. Isaac G. Isaac G. Isaac G. And now, Browns. Browns, spam anything. This is the final entry for the 6-man duck race. I'm semi-nervous that Overlord might just ghost us and like, what a crushing thing that would be. If Overlord does happen to disappear, which I don't want to start talking negatively about him, I just want to kind of a little disclaimer. I don't have $50 to send 3 different people, so we are relying on Overlord. Okay. For Browns now, picking someone in 3, 2, 1. Extra second. Pausing it. Joel Wolber. Joe Wolber. Joe Wolber. Yep. Overlord, just... Okay, Anthony, I don't want to say his full name. Overlord just sent me another Venmo. He's like communicating to me through Venmo. $5 Venmo just to say, I do work in an hour, so I'm going to need your help to get their Venmo for the prize. I don't want someone to win and him not be here. So, Overlord, do you want to do all 3 races right now? And just add a total of 18 people and just do 3 races? That sound good? Okay. I think we might have to resort to that. Because I don't want someone to win and Overlord not be here. That would not be fair. Overlord, he says, yeah. All right, we are doing this process 2 more times. There we go. Maybe instead of going like 1 by 1, I'll just pick all at once here. So I need, with that being said, 4 more Broncos, 4 more Falcons, 4 more Browns. Total of 3 races, which will be run consecutively, 3 different heats, and all three winners will get a $50 Venmo from Overlord. That's how I'm interpreting this. We're going to put them all in the same race and just race again. But the winner will get removed.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Broncos, I'm picking 4 more names. Rapid fire Broncos. Rapid fire right now. Then Falcons. Then Browns. Okay. Rapid fire for Broncos. I'm picking 4 names. I'm picking the first one in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pausing it. One too fast. 3, 2, 1. Pausing it. I got Logan Jenkins. Logan Jenkins, that's the first of 4. 3 more for Broncos only. Coming up in 3, 2, 1. Pausing it. I've got Hawaiian Bronco. Hawaiian Bronco. 2 more for Broncos in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I've got YPB Morant. YPB Morant. And 1 more for Broncos. 1 more for Broncos. Coming up in 3, 2, 1. I've got TTL. TTL. All right, Falcons now. 4 more for Falcons. 4 more for Falcons. I'm also glad to hear that Overlord does have a job. He's got work in an hour, so I feel a little bit more secure about like his ability to spend this.
Everyone's hands must be tired.
Oh my gosh. It must be like middle school boys' hands the first time. You know what? All right, here we go. We're going to 4 more for Falcons. Pausing the first one in 3, 2, 1. Pausing it. I got Allen. Straight Allen. No, just Allen. 3 more for Falcons. Next one in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pausing it. We got Jay Rivers. Jay Rivers. Jay Rivers. 2 more for Atlanta. Next one in 3, 2, 1. Pausing it. I've got James Clowers. James Clowers. And the last one for the Falcons in 5, 4. Spam everything you got right now. 3, 2, 1. I've got Donta Spite. Speet? Donta S. S-P-E-I-G-H-T. Donta Speet. All right, Browns is up now. Browns is up now. Browns, spam everything you got here. Oh, Jared Brandt's in the house. Good to see you, Jared. Yeah. We're just adding on to it.
Big Chef, yes. If your name got called already,
You're in.
you're in.
All right, Browns now. I have 4 more for Browns. First one coming up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Looking. I've got Bran Benny. Bran Benny. 3 more for Browns. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I've got Kingston Powell. Kingston Powell. And 2 more for Browns coming up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I've got Eric Laby. Eric Laby. Last one for Browns coming up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I've got Gabe. Gabe. Gabe.
All right.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna go over the names.
Yep. Do there should be a total of 18 names, 6
Total
on each
of
channel.
18 names, so you can count if you want.
Uh-huh.
For Broncos, we got Rays Gaming, Danny May, Logan Jenkins, Hawaiian Bronco, WPB Morant, and TTL.
Sounds right to me.
Falcons, we got Big Shep, Isaac G, Allen, Jay Rivers, James Clowers, Dante Spite.
Yep.
Browns, we got Ryan Coate, Chowdhury, Joe Wolber, Bran Benny, Kingston Powell, Eric Laby, and Gabe.
Okay. I know we have really deviated from NFL free agency, but I promise after this the shenanigans will be over with. I feel like you guys would rather have an opportunity to win $50 than listen to me talk about punter Ryan Wright. So we're going to do 3 races now. We'll have 3 winners, and each winner will get, from Overlord, who's offering this up and is sponsoring this whole thing, a $50 Venmo. Okay.
So, because I don't have that many monitors, I will not be able to see the Falcons or Broncos chat. So help me out. If somebody super chats.
Yeah. Anyone that's just climbing on in right now, what's going on is a Falcons viewer has offered to send 3 different people $50 Venmos for some type of competition. And the competition we are doing is a good old-fashioned duck race. So we'll do 3 separate races. After each race, we'll take the winner out of it. So it'll go from a 1 in 18 chance to a 1 in 17 chance to a 1 in 16 chance. Sound good? Okay. Let's do this thing. And then after that, I mean, right now there's been no signings. There's been nothing. So I promise we're not missing any signings. I will do my job first. But there's nothing out there right now. The new league year begins in 56 minutes, at which point you'll hear a lot of like officials. This trade is now official. This signing is now official. And there'll be other moves as well.
Yeah, a lot of moves will get made.
Yep. If Overlord is Arthur Blank, would he be sending all this money before giving Kirk Cousins a $10 million check? I don't think so. Tony Romo and any other super chats that's come in the last few minutes, we will hit and recap after this duck race. Is everyone kind of on the same page for what's going on here? Bradley just climbed in. He's like, I have no idea what's going on. Kingston, dude, the duck. Kingston is like, I got mortgage riding on this, dude. Duck race is going to be here in maybe 30 to 45 seconds. I also just don't want to lose sight of Dolphin X and a $500 super chat, so show Dolphin X some love too, please. William 1, I just came in, no clue what happened after past live. Someone want to fill in William in the Falcons chat? I don't want to keep repeating myself for everyone that's been here for a while. Oh, sorry, everyone. 1 second on this part right here. Man, I'm excited. I'm excited. I can't even win anything, and I'm excited. I can't wait. Okay. By the way, whoever, the 3 winners, just be ready to send your Venmo in the chat so I can send it over to Overlord. That's the only way I can have you receive your winnings. Jared Brandt with a $2 super. Thank you, Jared. Duck race, duck race, duck race, duck race, duck race. We want the duckies. We want the duckies. If you don't give us duckies within 60 seconds, Reed, you're going to have a mutiny on your hands. Reed, the people want the duckies. He's like, dude, I'm trying. Why is it not working? Bradley with a $10 super. It should be. Yeah, is that HDMI going into the computer? I believe it is. Oh, yeah. All right. Reed's got slight technical difficulties with the monitor that we use the duck race for, so just give us a second. I promise we are going to do the duck race. I will go to a fish market and buy ducks if I have to. We'll flood the studio. Maybe we should invest in like a couple of frogs. You ever see a frog race? You put them all in a circle in the middle. First one to leave the circle wins. That was the first time I ever gambled. Family vacation in Fiji in 2004. Have not been able to shake it since. Bradley, I promise I'll get to your super just after the duck race. I don't want you to feel like I'm ignoring you. Duck race. Cedric, that's the goal. Okay. Reed has to go and unplug and replug something. I promise this is not one big ruse. Me and Overlord are cooked up to ruin some people's days. Just the old-fashioned unplug replug. Come on. Emmett, notify me when we sign Kirk Cousins. As long as you have your notifications on, Emmett, I will be able to do that for you. Give me duckies. Yesterday, I made Reed do 3 beer bongs, and now I'm chanting duckies like an 8-year-old wanting cake. Duckies, duckies, duckies. Come on, duckies, give it to us. Is it working now? Do we need to call in the big guns? All right, we got to call in our tech guy, because I will say, in slight defense of us, this is a new studio. You've heard us talk about how Chat Sports has gone under a lot of construction. So with the new studio, some of the setup is still like in its not trial, but early stages of working through some kinks. Ducks, I promise, are coming. It's a bad time for the ducks to not want to get in the water. In the meantime, I guess I can talk about the NFL. That feels like an appropriate thing to do. Ryan's like, we want ducks. No one's like, it was like, we don't give a shit about the signings, dude. There have been no signings, so I promise you're not missing any news. The moment news comes in, I will let you know. Yeah, no one wants to play my game right now. They want the ducks. You can shout out your city. You can shout out your zip code. I'll try to guess where you are. We're just having a slight issue. If you want full transparency, the monitor with the HDMI is not cooperating with the computer. And we need to have the monitor mirror the screen right here. And that, for some reason, is not working. But it's not a difficult problem to fix. It just takes some unplugging and replugging. And make sure you unplug the right thing or else we'll go off the air completely. Now Reed's like doing this game of which wire do you cut on the bomb? Red wire or blue wire? All right, he cut the right wire. Come on, duckies. Robert, the Broncos did not sign Cooper Kupp, at least not yet. I don't think they will. If you're like, I want to know if you think they will, my answer is no. My prediction is no, they will not. If I'm wrong, I don't think it's a bad thing. I think there are plenty of positives to look at. I don't think it's going to be as glamorous as people believe it will be, but I'm willing to throw $10 million at it and find out. That seems like an okay investment to me. Anything more than that, not so sure about it. John, I'm going to go with Ohio for your zip code. Crappy ducks work. Oh. Crappy Corning, I'm going to say give me Maryland. Give me Maryland. Ducks work. Just took a different replug. Oh, boy. The Gladiators are making their way to the Coliseum. Da-da-dun, da-da-dun, da, da-da-dun, da-da-dun, da, da-da-da-da, da-da-dun, 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 da-da-da, da-da-dun, da-da-dun, da-da-da, da-da-da. What's your favorite NFL intro? Fox is number 1 for me. You know what's sneaky good? No, I'll say NFL Network.
Oh, yeah.
Dun, 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 dun. All right.
Are we ready?
So, there are 18 ducks here. We're going to do 3 races. The winner will be removed after each race. The 3 winners will get a $50 Venmo from Overlord from Falcons Today by Chat Sports.
This is everyone's names.
By the way, if you were not picked, you better be rooting on
Your team.
Your team.
Yes.
This is medieval times.
You
have to root on your Knights.
I'll tell you who to root for. This Broncos.
Here, could you actually put in front of them ATL, CLE, or DEN?
Sure.
That way everyone knows.
In front or behind?
In front. DEN Reyes Gaming.
Okay.
No, that's DEN.
Yeah.
I want everyone rooting on your Knights. Let's go. No one better sign, by the way, in the next 10 minutes.
I swear.
Let us have this duck race, please. Then we can get back to our jobs. Bosley Gaming. We'll get all super chats. I'm sorry to keep them waiting. I promise after this duck race, we will put them on screen. You guys sent your hard-earned money in. I want to give you your fair time for that. So we will address all supers after this duck race. Overlord, are you still with me in the chat, by the way? Show me a sign of life, please. Root on your duckies.
So I saw Ryan in the Falcons chat trying to get an extra.
That's just, you know what? That's good thinking right there. I respect that. That's smart. Okay, Overlord said yeah for about 15, 20 minutes. All right. Here we go. Each race is a minute long.
Woo-hoo!
Put a minute on the clock.
Oh,
3,
man.
2, 1. Send the duckies.
Oh, my goodness.
A Falcons viewer has offered up $50 for the winner for 3 races. 10 seconds in, and we've got Mr. Morant from the Broncos breakdown with a slight lead in the holiday spirit right now, looking like a snowman.
So we do have news, but not for any 3 teams.
What is it? Kaiir Elam.
The Bills are trading former first-round Kaiir
Elam from Florida
to the Cowboys.
Okay. Kaiir Elam, former first-round pick,
picks are going to Buffalo.
to Dallas.
But we've got 20
seconds left. Root on your fellow Duckies. Isaac G. Isaac G is definitely this big right now on the rear end. Look at Bran. Wait, there's movement.
4.
Eric.
3.
Look at Eric.
2.
Eric. Oh my God. Eric. Oh my God, Eric. Okay, Eric. Put your Venmo in the chat so I can send it to Overlord. We have 2 more races. You can do the hit the check mark.
Winner.
Yeah.
So
I'm not going to start the next one until
there.
Eric sends me his Venmo. Because if Eric never replies, then we do it all over again.
Yeah.
Eric, put your Venmo, please, in the chat. I'm just going to copy and paste it. Eric, you can tweet at me if you like. That's fine. You can tweet me or reply to a tweet of mine. That works too.
Or just DM you.
DM, whatever. I don't care. All right. I got proof of life from Eric, so we're ready to roll. Next one.
Remove winner from race?
Yes.
100%, just so everyone can see. Race again.
Send the duckies in 3.
Oh,
2.
It started.
We're off. Okay.
We're off.
A little false start.
No, they
didn't
ready.
Call it.
They were ready.
This is kind of like when the right tackle now or the left tackle in the NFL gets to get a quick quarter-second head start.
Well, you, the ref, were looking down when the play started.
I missed it.
Yes.
Danny May. No, but look at Logan. Dr. Logan. It's a lot of energy early on right now.
To be fair, to be in the beginning, in the front in the beginning, not great.
Usually not.
Great.
I've seen it go both ways, though. I have seen someone lead early, fall back, and return.
This is a close race with 20 seconds left to go. They are kicking their feet right now.
Let's go.
Oh, my goodness.
15
Danny
seconds.
May looks like a very distinguished duck up there.
Our Hawaiian friend has the lead. 10 to go. Can he hold on? Hawaiian Bronco with 5. He's so close. Logan coming back. I told you. Logan. Wow.
Woo. Proof of life.
Logan, I need proof of life, please.
I can't see the chat.
I need proof of life. I'm looking.
Logan. Was he in the front in the beginning?
Yes, I told you. He was the one.
Wow. All right. Falcons. Could the Falcons be the next ones to win? We went we went Browns, Broncos.
Eric, like, DM me or something. I see you just followed me. I believe that's you at least. Logan, do I have proof of life? Did I see Logan in the chat?
Did we see Logan?
Is Logan here? Logan.
Jenkins.
Oh no, Logan.
Oh.
Logan. I'm staring at the Broncos chat right now. Logan. Logan.
I can't see the chat right now.
Come on, I'm looking. It is dead silent in the chat right now. Everyone's waiting to see. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do the third race.
Okay.
If at the end of the third race I haven't heard from Logan still, we're going to do a provisional fourth race. Make sense?
Do you want me to take him out of this one?
Yeah, you got to take him out.
All right. So Logan Jenkins.
Oh, Logan's here. Logan's here. Oh, thank God. Oh, well, everyone in the race is like,
he was
fucking
probably,
A,
he
Logan.
was probably like typing like, holy shit.
Someone went to Logan's house and like cut his Wi-Fi. Okay. Logan, send me he did it right there. All right, thank you, Logan. 1 second. I'm going to send it right now. Overlord, I'm just going to reply in a comment to your recent Venmo to me with Logan's Venmo.
Nice. That's a good
Logan H. Jenkins.
Oh. Well,
and anyone else, feel free to Venmo Logan.
Officially 40 minutes until the new league year.
Okay. Logan, I have passed your Venmo along to Overlord from Falcons today.
Yeah.
And I got
Aaron Rodgers news.
Yeah, this is what I was saying like an hour ago. He's officially released. Yes. Eric, I got yours, and I'm sorry for mispronouncing your name.
All right, so Logan, I'm going to do race again. Remove winner from next race. Correct. Race again. All right.
1 second. I just want to send Eric's Venmo over. Okay, that's done. Overlord, I've commented on the last two Venmos to you. On your last Venmo to me with their Venmo names. Here we go. This is the last one.
This is the last one.
A Browns viewer and a Broncos viewer has won. Odds are a Falcons winner will win now.
What's funny is Dante Spite at the top is Superman Duck.
Okay, well, he's going to be fast. All right, here we go.
All right.
Let's do it. Last one for 50 big ones
Mr.
here.
Peterson.
3, 2, 1. Send the duckies.
So, I think I've mentioned this before, but nobody can hear what is going on. I'm telling you, if you can hear, I have it muted, but they are going crazy. Like there's
quacking
fans.
all over.
There's fans out of the camera. There are people going nuts, streaming for these Ducks right now.
Halfway through, and I think Joe from the Browns Report has the lead. Yes, he does. It's King Joe, everyone. Can he hold on? This is a long river right now. We still have a ways to go.
Isaac G.
One furlong remaining.
I see Isaac G. and Allen down
There's
there.
movement in the middle. From Falcons today, it's Rivers. Rivers with 11 to go.
Remaining.
Rivers getting competition from above. Benny. Here comes Joe. King Joe in 3.
Joe.
King Joe. Oh my God. Photo finish. King Joe. Wow.
The origin channel of the Venmo gets
that is a tough scene right there.
Winners.
Can I get confirmation and proof of life from Joe right now? Joe's here. He's like, I'm not wasting any time.
He's like, none of this.
Okay, Joe, put your Venmo in there so I can pass it along. By the way, Logan and Eric, let me know if you guys have received Venmos from Overlord. Is Overlord, are you still here, buddy? Okay, Joe, you can do that too. You can tweet it at me. That one works as well. I like how people don't want to share their Venmo so that what? No one else would pay you too? Yeah. Overlord says, do they have Cash App? Oh, man, now we're... Oh, gosh. Cash App or Zelle, Venmo giving an error. So for my 3 winners, Logan, Eric, and Joe, if you have Cash App or Zelle now, this is taking a little bit of a turn here. Let's see. 2 Browns, 1 Broncos winning it. Those were all electric races. Okay. Eric says you have Cash App. Send me, please. And I'll pass Eric's Cash App along. All in the same thread here.
What else would you want to be doing?
Just talking to Overlord right now.
What else would you want to be doing on a nice Wednesday afternoon?
Yep.
Winning some money in a duck race? Hanging out with us? Pretty good deal.
What was the new? We had Kyer Elam traded. He was a first rounder that was a healthy scratch for a little bit. Not to go a full Bills breakdown here, but then they had some injuries at corner, and he got back onto the field and played, I thought, okay, but never quite looked like a first-round pick out of Florida. Dave Joseph, what's going on? I don't even know how to fill you in. Overlord, you can Zelle me, and then I could Venmo them. I think that could work. You want to do that, Overlord?
Yeah. So what's going on right now is a very, very kind viewer, Overlord, from the Falcons Today channel, has graciously given $50 to 3 winners of a duck race.
Logan, that last thing you put in there, was that your Cash App? Also, who won this past one? The King?
Oh,
I got it. Joe. And Joe gave me his already.
Yeah. So everyone, Browns, Falcons, Broncos channels, everyone starts spamming Overlord.
Uh-huh.
What a guy. What a time to be hanging out on all 3 channels right now. A chance to win $50. This is electric. Shout out to Overlord.
I'm going to give... Here. I'm just trying to figure this out because I don't want anyone to get screwed.
So Josh Green from the Falcons channel saying, when's the earliest you think a Kirk Cousins trade could happen? So what's most likely going to happen is, what is it, the 14th?
Yeah. The 15th.
The 15th. They're probably going to release him because if he stays on the roster, he's going to have to get paid his $10 million guaranteed. But if they release him before, they don't have to pay that, and it's just, what is it, 20? What is the cap?
His base salary, you're saying, or
yeah. Before getting released before the 15th.
Will they avoid paying a $10 million roster bonus?
But what do they have to pay though?
$27.5 million in cash.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
So it's 27 after releasing, but so I don't think a trade's gonna happen. That is the basis of my answer is no trade for Kirk Cousins. No trading him away. They're probably either going to release him. I think there's an 89% chance.
Eric got his Cash App from Overlord.
There we go.
Okay. Logan, let me send you your Cash App now to him. And then, Joe, do you have Cash App? I made this whole prerequisite of having Venmo, and that's blown up in my face.
Yep.
Okay, I'm giving Logan's Cash App. Logan, that's your Cash App, the LHJ one, before I send it and lead to more confusion. Logan, let me know in the chat, please.
Josh, would a Kirk cut help the cap space situation? Not necessarily. Him getting cut before the 15th just means they don't have to pay $10 million to him. And I'm sure Arthur Blank would be happy about that.
Okay, here's what I'll do.
Petey gave you more insight, though.
Overlord, do you think you could just Venmo me 50 like tomorrow, and then I'll just send 50 of my own right now to Joe? That way we can just kind of keep it all in one place. That sound like a good deal, Overlord? I'm just going to send Joe my own 50, and if you want to send me 50, that way we're all even. That sounds like a good plan, Overlord. Also, I need Logan to tell me if that's his Cash App, please. I know we're talking nothing about football right now, but people did win, so I want to make sure everyone's happy. And then I promise you get back on track. All right. Overlord, if it doesn't work tomorrow, I'll just like reply to you on this Venmo thread with a different way to figure it out. But I'm confident that tomorrow or we'll figure it out. Do you have Cash App?
It doesn't. I don't think it works.
I had Cash App, but mine doesn't work anymore either.
Yeah, I had it. I haven't used it in forever.
Yeah. Okay. Joe, I'm just going to send you your 50 right now. And then that's that.
Wow.
What a rush that was. Okay. Joe Wolber. And done. So everyone spam Overlord. The guy just sent out $150 to strangers out of the kindness of his heart. This is almost probably the craziest thing I've ever seen on a YouTube show before. He just came in here and was like, hey, I just want to give $150. So everyone spam Overlord. Logan, let me know if you got your Cash App. If I'm a part of some big money laundering scheme, I'll feel really bad about it. But I don't know how you could do money laundering if you're sending money away. Yeah, that doesn't seem like a money laundering thing. Yeah.
That's funny. Hawaiian Bronco, I think my duck tore his ACL mid-race.
All right, one moment. Yeah. Overlord, in that same Venmo thread, I'm going to put a different Cash App for you to send me. And now I've already paid Joe. You Cash App 2 people, so we're all even. Really quickly, though, over at Fanatics, they have awesome sales going on right now for T-shirts. They've got jerseys. They've got pullovers. They got a lot of great stuff, hoodies. Go to chatsports.com/fanatics. Use this link to get 25% off for a lot of really good savings, for a lot of really good merchandise if you want to, rep your favorite team and show some support to your squad. So go to chatsports.com/fanatics if you have not already to get some awesome deals. So that's the end of that. Wow, what a rush. We have some super chats, though, from like 20, 30 minutes ago that we're going to catch up on. Joe got it. Logan got it. Eric got it. Everyone got it. Everyone got their 50. Seriously. That was awesome for Overlord because I was like, it'd be a real shame if like all this. I didn't think he actually would because he had always sent so much over Venmo. That'd be a weird thing to then back out at that point. But wow, what a rush.
That may hit harder than drugs.
Yeah. Jace, what's your favorite teams, PD? MLB, NBA, NFL. Jace, appreciate the super chat. MLB, NBA, Cubs and Bulls, and then NFL, covering the NFL. You just don't really have an NFL. This sounds so lame, and I kind of hate myself for saying it myself, but like once you, for me now, 3-4 years covering it, you just start to look at them more as a job. Like Sundays to me aren't sitting on the couch and just, having food and drinking beer. It's my biggest work day, so it sucks. I wouldn't say the fun out of it. That's not the right word, but it changes your mindset out of it. Okay. Next super chat. And then Overlord, I'm sending you one more Cash App for the 50. I'm sending it to my friend who's going to send it to me because I don't have Cash App. Chris Collinsworth. Now, here's a guy who reminds me of Patrick Mahomes. We got Chris and Tony Romo in the chat. Next one up. Camden. Yeah, we did look at that one. Fluffy man. Which running back in free agent? Oh, yeah, we did that. Bradley. Bradley's been patient. I'm sorry, Bradley. It was a long wait. Would a 2026 first be enough to get Brock? No. I know you wrote a lot more, but the answer's already no. But I will continue reading for you. Would a 2026 first be enough to get Brock Bowers rather than chasing an older tight end or drafting one? Knowing he's proven if we win the bowl, the 32 spot would be... The Raiders are not trading Brock Bowers for a first-round pick to the Broncos. Brock Bowers was a first-round pick himself. He has proven to become already more valuable than a first. So you'd have to give up more than a first for sure. The Raiders paid a first for him. They don't want to get the same thing they used on him back when all he's done is increase his value since then. And they're not trading him. He is, after 1 year, and if Broncos fans remember, he was my number one draft target for Denver. Obviously, having a quarterback is more important than a tight end, so no regrets. But you're not trading for Brock Bowers. I'm very sorry, Bradley. Tony Romo. I don't know, Jim. 4 seems like a lot. We're talking races here, I think? Yeah. Tony and Chris, thank you for watching with us. Tony again? Oh, another one. Jim, read my new super chats. This is... Am I Jim Nance? I guess I'm Jim Nance in this relationship. I don't know, Jim. Uh-huh. Okay. Oh, Jared. Last 3 days been good entertainment, brother. Sure has. I did not wake up thinking today we would be doing this.
Dave Joseph from the Falcons channel. Reed, you still a little tipsy from yesterday, bro?
That's a good question. That's a fair question.
I had some good sleep. I had some food. It's feeling good. I was feeling great.
No. But Overlord say he cash apped my friend, who I'm going to have Venmo me 50. And now everyone's even then. Since I sent Joe my $50 own dollars. Oh, no. P. Diddy!
Oh, that was good.
P. Diddy. Jared, thank you for the super. Hey, PD, heard you are coming to my draft party.
Be careful.
Let me ask this question.
Be careful.
If you were a great prospect, would you go to the draft or watch from home?
Depends on where I'm getting drafted.
Okay, let's say you're in mock drafts going between 12 and 25. I know it's a wide range.
I'm going.
Okay.
Anything outside of day one, I'm not going.
Well, yeah. I mean,
if all the mock drafts
have been going round
late,
one.
If I'm late first round, I'm not going. I'm staying home.
That's fair. If I know I'm going top 20,
yeah,
I'm going.
I'm going.
I don't understand why they like. I mean, I can't relate because I've never been drafted. But
I don't have that big of a family where I'm like,
dude, you quickly will. If you're getting drafted, all of a sudden you're gonna have a big family.
Yes, but like
cousins are coming out.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But
that's if I'm still gonna get I know I'm gonna get drafted and go play the NFL, then yeah. But if I'm top 15, I'm going.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta get my limelight.
I would go. I'd go. We're all caught up with Super
You're going to P. Diddy's draft party?
I think so.
Whoa!
I think it's in his cell. He's in jail, right?
Yes.
Wait, is he in jail or is he like just?
He's in the same jail as
He's sharing a jail cell with who? The crypto guy, right?
What?
I think so.
He's not sharing I don't know who he's sharing a jail cell with, like who his cellmate is.
His cellmate is someone famous.
But I know he's in the same facility as what's the healthcare guy?
I don't know.
Manglione or whatever.
I don't know.
Who's?
Luigi. Sam Bankman-Fried.
Yeah,
Thank
Luigi.
you, Grizzly. I was thinking about Grizzly.
Oh no.
The crypto scammer, right? That's who that is. I'm not big crypto at all.
So they're in the same jail. Thank you, Vincent Cutts. He's the same with Luigi Manglione or whatever. The healthcare whole thing.
What a fun room that must be. Trey, we got a super chat from Trey. So the news, though, over the last 20 minutes, just to make sure everyone knows, and this is why I warned you guys about an hour ago, so don't be like, whoa, what? The Jets are officially releasing Aaron Rodgers. You're going to see a lot of formalities come out. The new league year for 2025 begins in 20 minutes. PD ranked the last 3 days, gold, silver, bronze. Ranking in terms of, like, the fun and the, we'll call success, I'd say, got to be gold. I
think today is gold, especially because of the kindness from Overlord. But yesterday and day one, it's tough. It's a tough 2 and 3.
Yeah.
Fravel edits.
Fravel edits from our Bronco stream. Got to be gold. The question is, obviously, as the free agency period continues, the interest dips. Do you guys want to go round 4 tomorrow? That's like what I'm wondering right now. I kind of thought we'd do this the first 3 days.
I don't know, Jim.
Thoughts on where Kupp will sign. What do you think it'll cost to trade up for Genty or Warren for Denver? I wouldn't mind taking best player at 20 if not. All right, lots of good questions here for Athletics. So I wrote it down. I just don't want to forget a team. I hate when that happens. But I had a list of a couple of teams to keep an eye on. 1 second. I just got to respond to this message really quickly.
Bronco fan 99 saying Ashton Genty won't fall to us. Unfortunately, I agree. I think his round 1 traveling stops at the Bears.
Fravel edits for Cooper Kupp. I'll give 3 teams: Patriots, Chiefs, Broncos. Now there's definitely a wild card team I'm not considering. That's like the nature of the NFL. Wow, no one saw this one coming, right? I think New England could be very aggressive though, just to give Drake May a better target to throw to. They've already spent a ton, so cash is not an issue right now. New England is definitely a target to watch for. But Kupp, here's the thing. This is where it could make it a wild card. What if Kupp's like, I just don't want to play for a team that just won 3-4 games last year?
I think he knows. I think he knows his career is coming to an end.
And just cash in?
He's going to play anywhere.
Yeah. But I'm saying is like, if he gets $15 million from New England and $10 million from Denver, what do you think he would take?
I think he's going to New England.
You think the extra 5?
Drake May?
He's got the ring. So, like, he doesn't need to worry about, like, I have to chase a ring at the end of my career.
I think he's
Five.
It has to be a significant amount of money, though.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that part. And then edits, what would it cost to trade up? All right, the example I can give would be when the Bears traded up with the Giants to get Justin Fields. That was from pick 20 to pick 11, and that cost them a future first. Denver's picking 20. If they want to go to around 11, it's going to cost a future first. I think if you go from 20 to inside of 13, you're giving a future first. So do with that information what you will. I will say, if you're pretty optimistic about next year for the Broncos, if you're like, hey, if we get Ashton Genty, it's over, you're going to be picking late in the first round next year. Signing
Eddie Goldman to the Commanders.
Some Falcons news here. Atlanta has lost another player. Eddie Goldman to the Washington Commanders. No one is busier than the Commanders in free agency. But Goldman, who came out of retirement to play for Atlanta, is going to D.C. to play for the Commanders. That's the second Falcons defensive lineman to leave in free agency. Fravel edits, I don't mind either. I think Genty and Tyler Warren could be top 10 picks, which a month ago I would have probably been like, no way, Petey, to myself. But it's just not a great draft class in terms of high-end talent. There's some good depth in positions, but like guys who have first-round grades, maybe like 5 less this year than last year. So with that, I would not be surprised if Genty and Warren just go top 10 because the Raiders and Jets go F it, best player available, and that's these two players right here. So Anthony, here for some Falcons content. Here it is. This is the fourth player to go from the Falcons roster to another team now. Goldman following Grady Jarrett on the defensive line. Drew Dahlman going to Chicago along with Jarrett. And then Richie Grant, no one cares, going to the 49ers. But starter, rotational piece. There it is, my finger. So you got to have some work to do to replace these guys right here. You did draft a lot of defensive linemen a year ago. Ruka Rororo, Brandon Dorless. This could be, what's my finger right here? Rook's replacement right there. And maybe Dorless. So we'll see. But this is, a really tough loss for Atlanta. But Goldman, I thought, did a good job of playing the interior of the defensive line last season. Do you want to? Yeah, no. Let's just show up the Super Chat and like total really quickly. We're 15 minutes away from the start of NFL free agency. No, that's a poor way of putting it. 15 minutes away from the start of the new league year. So you'll see just general transactions as you normally would, but a lot of official things coming down the wire as well. Yep. 300 people watching on our Broncos stream, 288 on our Falcons stream, 243 on our Browns stream. So share our stream. If anyone you know enjoys your favorite team, have them join us. All right, Fravel edits. Fravel edits? How do I pronounce you think that? Fravel? Zach's vocal analysis is back. Good to see you, Zach. It's just hard for me to see a running back go top 10 and a tight end. Bowers went 13 last year. I've seen lots of people say Genty to Dallas and Warren to the Colts. Trading up to number 12 to 14 is worth it. Both are that good. I'm with you there. Like, I don't disagree that. We talked about this, was it yesterday? There's only like 5 tight ends that have gone in the first round, in the top 10 in the last 15, 20 years. We counted them out. It was Kyle Pitts, TJ Hawkinson, Eric Ebron, Vernon Davis, and maybe one more I'm forgetting, but you're right. Who? No, he was on top 10. Yeah. So you're right that it's not common. And same for running backs. Like Bijan went top 10, but there's not a long list of backs that go and tight end. So I can't disagree with you because history is on your side. But my counter would just be the Raiders' run game was so bad. It's been so bad for, like, even Josh Jacobs' last year, was not good. So 2 seasons now where it's been abysmal, like dead last in the NFL bad. And as for the Jets, they've already invested a ton defensively in the draft the last few years and in free agency. They do need a tight end. It makes sense for both teams. What's tough, though, is to believe that both teams are going to do it. Maybe one does it. But as for Warren of the Colts, Gentry to the Cowboys, yep, that definitely seems like the backstop for them unless the Cowboys just decide to pick another offensive lineman, which I would not put it past to them. And if it costs a future first to go from 20 to 12 and get Ashton Genty, people aren't going to like it now. Next year, I don't think they're going to mind too much. That's my take on it. So, edits, I hear you. I like both players a ton. I think they are going to be rookie Pro Bowlers. That's a big ask, and Pro Bowl has kind of been watered down recently, but I think they're going to be that impactful. Edits with another 5. Edits is pushing, the Broncos channel still very far behind in totals from Dolphin X, $500 super chat, everything Overlord did. By the way, my buddy sent me the $50 that Overlord sent him on Cash App. But for a little bit there, he was like, why don't I just keep it? Because this was very hard to explain over text. Mr. Cooperstein? Yeah, I told you. Freezing in here. Another super from P. Diddy as well. Trey says Taquan Graham is re-signing. Am I getting got? I don't trust you guys anymore. You've lost my trust, but that one does seem believable. Yeah, that one's real. Okay, Taquan Graham is re-signing. So they lose one DT, but they bring back another one. I don't have the number, Brent, for what the deal is in terms of contract value. All right. Fravel edits. My dream offseason would be sign either Kupp or Amari Cooper. I was like, Cooper, Kupp. Trade up for Genty or Warren. Use our second on Hampton, Caleb Johnson, or Fannin Jr. Let Bo cook. So basically, edits, you're saying sign, let's say, Cooper Kupp because he's better than Amari Cooper. Trade up and select, let's say, Tyler Warren, and then go get Caleb Johnson. So you've added Kupp, Warren, and Johnson. Not going to lie, that fucks. That's a very good offseason right there, edits. That's good. I think that'd be a great, month and a half for Denver. P. Diddy. Odell is at the party too. Hey, it's the anniversary of Odell Beckham Jr. getting traded to the Browns. Where were you kind of moment? Where were you when OBJ got dealt to Cleveland? I don't really... Yeah. I was in college. I think I was just in my room. I think it was my living room. Yeah, no, we'll do a video for the signing and loss, like combo, Graham and Goldman. So yeah, let them know. What we're gonna do next, everyone, is if you don't know, this is a tri-cast between our Browns, Broncos, and Falcons stream. So I want to do a video about Atlanta re-signing a player and losing a player. I know that is not necessarily everyone watching's favorite team, but when your team makes a move, we'll break it down for you as well. So a little bit of patience. If you want to leave and come back, I can understand that as well. But we're going to talk about Falcons gaining and losing a player within an hour, or not even an hour, within 5-10 minutes. Madison, what's going on? Thank you for tuning in. New league year begins in 8 minutes. Okay. All right, we ready? All right. Super chat coming in from Joe Buck. I respect the grind in hitting every single broadcast booth. And Logan, our winner. Logan's learning what it's like if you win at the casino. You feel like I can spend a little bit more and more and more, and all of a sudden you give it all back. This one's from Overlord, not myself. Logan Jenkins, shout out Overlord, over or under 10.5 Broncos wins. They won 10 games last year, went 10-7, right? Win with the Chiefs at the end. I think over. I think 11 wins. I'm not going to make some, grand 12, 13, 14 win prediction. Year 2 for Knicks. We've seen quarterbacks sometimes have a sophomore slump, but the roster construction's been excellent. The defense is fantastic. I'll have a better answer for you when I know who the running back is, because that is a big area of weakness. But Logan, thank you for your super chat. Congratulations, and definitely big shout out to Overlord. I'll say 11 wins for, you know what? I really want to say 10 on the dot. They might just go 10 wins back to back. That's what I'm kind of thinking right now. So I guess under, which is really sad to say. But 10's the number I have in my mind. So I'll say 10. I'll say 10. It's tough to win 11 games. You know what I mean? Joe Buck, that was a disgusting act by Randy Moss. You know how you're listening to a Joe Buck call? What Joe Buck does is, and next time he unfortunately doesn't do baseball anymore, but he was like especially known for this in baseball. He would just take the word is and just tack on a million S's. So let me just say, for example, right? If it was football, it'd be like Joe Buck on our Browns channel. It would be like if Kenny Pickett drops back and that ball is caught. Yes. That's what he does. Yeah. He just goes, is intercepted. Yeah. Home run. That ball is deep. That ball is gone. That's the Joe Buck. I like Joe Buck. Some people hate him. I think he's a good broadcaster. I think he definitely got to where he is with a little bit of nepotism, but he made the most of it. That's not the same for every other Nepo hire out there. Thank you, Joe, for the super chat. And then Overlord with a $10 super chat. Overlord, ladies and gentlemen. A performance to the likes we've never seen before. Dave Joseph, I will meet you for that beer as well. Let me finish this diet, and then I'll have the beer with you. For Duck Race, go Falcons. It's really a damn shame that the Falcons representative with 3 races, no Falcons winners at all. That was a bit of a gut punch right there for Overlord. And, the Ducks don't lie. But Overlord, you're 1 of 1 today. You truly are. You and Dolphin X are kings of the castle. We've had 3 different broadcasters super chat today. Joe Buck, Chris Collinsworth, and who was the other one? Tony Romo. I like all 3. I know that those 3 are polarizing. I'm fans of all 3. I think Collinsworth does a great job on color. I think Buck's a good broadcaster. I like Romo still. Everyone kind of got out on Romo. I still enjoy it. I still think his noises are funny. I like the noises. The thing with Romo, I felt like, was early in his career, he had such great analysis because he was so fresh out of the league. Now, as the game evolves, his connections and the way the game was played when he was there changes. I also don't think Romo does any homework. He does the bare minimum. I don't think he does a great job of preparing most often. Zach with a $5 super chat. Pinkle, been watching your vids for 2 years now. I think it's been 2 years. Thank you for being my favorite Broncos channel. Thank you. That means a lot. Really appreciate it. Happy to have you hanging out with us for 2 strong years. I enjoy what I do, and I love it for people like you.
ZD Productions from our Falcons channel.
Yeah, the guy who got me.
I forgot. He asked how long we've been working together. And I was like, I want to say we started working in August.
Yeah, I'll go July, August, somewhere in that range.
August.
Call it the summer.
So how many months is that? 7?
Adds up to me.
Cool.
Cool. There we go.
Seven.
ZD.
7 months, ZD.
Zach's vocal analysis. Tricky question. If Birds play hardball with Kirk and make him ride the bench or take a pay cut to be traded, what kind of cap relief will they get? If the Falcons can find a trade partner, they would get a little over, I think, $1 million in cap relief. Still a big dead cap hit, but not as big. What's up? I'll do the title. It's definitely a smaller dead cap hit because you don't have to do a split over 2 off seasons. You don't have to do 65 over 2025 and 2026. I think there's just a $38 million dead cap hit and like $1.5 million in cap savings. So it is definitely in Atlanta's best interest to find a trade over a release. The question becomes, if no one offers a trade, are you going to be that stubborn and hold on to a player who does not want to be there? Overlord, PD, if someone can guess my all-time favorite Falcon player in this chat, I'll give them $25 Cash App. Overlord, I thought you had to work, dude. I love it, though. All right, I mean, get after it.
10 seconds.
Countdown to the new year. Start guessing Overlord's favorite Falcon. You got to be in the Falcons chat. It's too hard to keep up with 3 different chats. And he'll Cash App someone $25 if they can guess it. Overlord, I'll let you spot the winner for you because I don't know who your favorite Falcon is. Kenneth Bennett. Kenneth, thank you so much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Coming in from our Broncos channel. Thank you very much, Mr. Bennett. Awesome to have you back. I think you were here day 1 of free agency, now day 3, right? It's good to see the same names and faces throughout the week. I'm looking to the thing with like favorite player is without knowing your age, it's very tough. But favorite Falcon of all time for Overlord. I like Boyd's Tony Gonzalez. I mean, there's like the basic ones. Matt Ryan, Julio Jones, Michael Vick. But if we're going to go back any further, John Abraham. Michael Turner's a good one. He said he played safety. Ooh, played safety. All right, adjust your guesses right now. Brent Grimes? He was more of a corner, though. Played safety. Oh, Nara White says Jesse Tuggle. Kaysen says Jesse Bates. Overlord said Cody got it. Cody Marr said William Moore. All right, well, Cody, congratulations. Toss your Cash App in there if you have one. And Overlord's going to Cash App you 25 big ones. Wait, what happened? We have NFL news? No. Oh my gosh. What? Russell Wilson is flying to Cleveland right now to visit the Browns. Russell Wilson is scheduled to fly tonight to Cleveland to visit with the Browns on Thursday before being scheduled to fly to New York on Thursday night to visit with the Giants. Okay, breaking Browns news right now. Let Joey know we're going to do this one first, and then we'll do the Falcons one. Russell Wilson is coming to Cleveland for a visit. He's also going to visit the Giants the next day, so far from anything being finalized. But Russell Wilson coming to the Browns for a visit. Wow. Did not put a lot of air in the Russell Wilson to the Browns tire. But here we are. The Browns are bringing Russ in for a visit. For now, that's it. But, of course, we know how this can snowball. But that's interesting, Soul Train. That's one way to put it. Never really seemed high up on my, not only just like preference, but possibilities list. I think Russ is actually going to get a decent contract. And I always felt like the Browns weren't going to spend too much in free agency. But I wonder if this is a sign that the Browns have to pivot to Russ because they believe Kirk Cousins is not going to get released. That could be an alternative angle here. Does this mean Atlanta will not blink when it comes to Cousins, and they will keep him through that $10 million roster bonus? And as a result, the Browns move on to maybe plan B, which is Russell Wilson. Holy smokes. That's big. That's something.
That is some news right there.
All right. A lot to discuss, a lot to break down right now. We're going to cover it all. Russell Wilson visiting the Browns. What's your instant reaction to that? If he ends up signing, I don't think Russ is very good anymore. I think Russ is definitely better than plenty of other free agent QBs. No mistake about that. You could do worse for sure. It really comes down to what you'd be paying him, because I'm not interested in paying Russell Wilson a ton of money if I'm the Browns. And he's not going to sign for a vet minimum. That phase is over. That was a one-year thing with the Steelers. Does not look like the Steelers have any interest in bringing Russ back. So Pittsburgh is kind of starting to get locked in on Aaron Rodgers. So maybe it comes down to the Browns and Giants for Russell Wilson. I honestly think if it came down to the Browns and Giants and both teams made fair offers, he'd probably pick the Giants. I feel like his wife Sierra would be like, I'd rather live in New York than Cleveland. She's been rumored to always have some level of an influence in terms of where they go. But Russell Wilson visiting with the Browns. Does this mean the Browns got word that Atlanta is not moving Kirk Cousins? You can do worse. I'm just verbalizing my tweet. That's a surprise.
That is, it's
not a shocker. I mean, the Browns need a quarterback. He's a quarterback.
It was kind of funny because everyone was talking about either he's going to the Steelers or the Giants.
Yeah.
I think everyone forgets Kirk Cousins is not released yet.
Yeah. I know.
Yeah, there's so much smoke of him going to the Browns, but he's not.
I have not
agent yet.
I have not minced my words when it comes to Cousins and what I think is going to happen with him in Atlanta. I'll have crow to eat for sure if Atlanta holds on to him. Yeah. I'll just be wrong, which no one likes to be wrong, but my counter is I'd rather give an opinion than be wrong than give no opinion at all. So I'll eat crow. You guys can throw tomatoes in the chat. I'll be the world's dumbest YouTuber ever. I've said, and I'm not going to try and shy away from it and try to walk it back. I really believe that the Browns meeting with Russell Wilson could be an indicator that Kirk Cousins might not get released, and they have to now start making another plan of attack. All right. Yeah. So if you can get the I'm just gonna make a player of 3. You want to you can just do the Schefter social. Okay, that works too. CLE, I agree. Even with Russ being mid last year, Russ was really bad down the stretch. That's what the big knock was, as the Steelers lost, was it 5 in a row to close the year, lost their playoff game. I think it was 4 regular season games and one after they beat the Browns the second time. I think they lost every game after that. They lost to the Ravens. They lost to the Chiefs on Christmas Day. They lost to the Bengals to close out the year. I think there was one more too. They lost 3 or 4 in a row, and Russ was very bad in that stretch. Bosley Gaming, unsubscribed. Okay, well, sayonara. But Russell Wilson is going to come and meet with the Browns. I'm trying to see what... I think he's going to meet with the Browns tomorrow. Or is it today? On Thursday. So, no Browns Russell Wilson signing will happen now. Maybe after... I don't think any signing will happen until he finishes his meeting with the Giants, unless he's blown away by Cleveland and can't turn down that contract offer. But one would assume he'd at least hear out both teams, whining and dining him and make the decision after that. So I don't expect a Russell Wilson signing, if at all, to happen until Saturday at the earliest, probably. Maybe he takes the weekend to think about it. It's a Monday thing, so it'll be a little bit of time here. Oh, I like this from Bradley. I hadn't even thought that far ahead. Well, Russell Wilson reuniting with Jerry Jeudy. That was not a very good tandem in Denver. Judy never got to 1,000 yards, was always kind of a disappointment for where he was taken in the draft. I'm sure Judy hated getting that notification. It was like, I'm finally away from this cornball, and now I've got to go back. So what a development. We're going to break it all down, though, like I said, in just a second. Give me a moment. I'm not very good at multitasking. Yeah, I was going to put a title in really quickly. One moment, everyone. Sorry. I know, dead air, a radio nightmare. Just a moment. Come on, don't get me the... Oh, not the time for the Wheel of Death. There it is. Okay. What if Spin Zone, maybe he's just going to Cleveland? A little weekend, like a one-night trip? No, just hanging out. Maybe he just wants to go check out the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame Museum.
Yeah, and he probably told Tom Pelissero and Ian Rappaport about it just because he's friends with them.
I would think maybe he invited them.
Maybe.
He got a big Airbnb? I'm out on Airbnb, by the way. After getting robbed in Airbnb. Hotel life for me forever. Okay. That's a made up. That's not a real person. That is re-signing too. That's a made up name. That is not a person. All right. Let me just. Oh, the Browns just signed someone too. They just signed a defensive tackle, Malik Collins. Okay, we have to slight pivot. The Browns also just signed 49ers defensive tackle Malik Collins, 2-year, $20 million contract. So let's add that to the show. We'll talk the Russ stuff first, and then we'll get to that. But get anything you have for that available as well, please. So Malik Collins comes over from the 49ers, defensive tackle, 2-year, $20 million contract. This is your Tomlinson replacement, but I'd rather have Dalvin Tomlinson, I think. So I don't really understand this. I'm sure there's, an acceptable explanation, but that's a weird one. So the Browns sign a DT to $20 million, and they are planning a visit with Russell Wilson. That's the news in the last 5 minutes. Sure enough, new league year begins, and things just start picking up a little bit. There's no player listicle. Oh, him is back. Anything would be great. ZD, the Vikings did not just sign Javon Hargrave. Oh, Evan Ingram is signing with the Broncos. Evan Ingram is signing with the Broncos. I repeat, Evan Ingram is signing a 2-year contract with the Denver Broncos. Holy smokes. Okay. So we have a lot of news to cover right now. We're going to start with the Browns and just kind of go in a little bit of a chronological order. We'll go Browns, Broncos, then Falcons. One moment. I need to get my plan communicated to everyone.
So this is why today is a kind of an important day, because this is officially when
Yep.
The new league start. The new year of the league starts.
So Evan Ingram, Denver Bronco, 2-year contract, visited with Denver, no signing afterwards. And now he is putting pen to paper, and he is joining the Broncos, and Denver has signed a tight end. First offensive move in free agency pretty much for the Broncos of note. So what we're going to do now, I understand that everyone wants me to talk about their team first. We're just going to go in order of the news that came out. We're going to start with the Browns. We're going to go to the Broncos, and then no offense to Taquan Graham, but that's going to go third in the priority list here. So at least all this didn't happen during the duck race. That would have been an absolute clusterfuck. So the Browns, let me just verbalize all the news right now. Browns bringing Russell Wilson in for a visit. They signed a defensive tackle from the 49ers. Broncos signing Evan Ingram to a 2-year contract. Falcons re-signing Taquan Graham, defensive tackle, and lost Eddie Goldman, nose tackle, to the Commanders. That's everything. I'm going to break it all down. I'm going to give my thoughts and analysis just right off the bat right here, but we're going to go and do a breakdown on the Browns news, then the Evan Ingram news, then the Falcons news. So if you super chat in the next few minutes, or really the next 20 to 30 minutes, I'll be honest, it's just going to have to wait a little bit because I got to get through all this news first, because that is priority number one once we actually have news coming in. All right. Okay. I just need to make... All right. Are we ready to get this show on the road and really start getting into the nitty-gritty of all these moves right now? Beginning with the Browns moves and news, then moving over to the Evan Ingram signing, and then the Falcons signing. So appreciate everyone's patience and understanding, as we got a lot of moving pieces here. And we're just going to get to it all, and we're going to do it in the best way possible, or the quickest way possible. Let me know when you're ready, Reed. We've got Russell Wilson visiting Cleveland. I don't think it's a vacation. I think it's to meet the Browns. Yep. Yeah. Yep. Okay. All right. I swear it's going to be our luck. The Falcons are about to sign Asante Samuel. That's going to happen. I'm just going to probably put that out there as keep an eye on it. So lots of news, lots of breakdowns coming in here. I'm ready to roll. You ready? Yep. Here we go. We'll begin with the Russell Wilson visiting with the Browns and their free agent signing. In fact, who did they sign? Malik Collins, that's his name? I just want to get his stats. Yeah. Okay. No, that's all. I'm good now. All right. Let me know what Broncos fans watching grade the Evan Ingram signing. Give me an A, B, C, D, or F. I'll give it a B. I don't think we should have, like, whoa, this is a game changer expectations for us. Like, this isn't a, get your popcorn ready. But, hey, it's a good signing still. I think Ingram has played very well in Jacksonville, and I like this move for Denver. I'm optimistic about it. Half glass full approach for me. As for Russell Wilson, let me know if you'd like the Browns to sign Russell Wilson. Just point blank, is that a quarterback you would like to see come to Cleveland? Give me a yes or give me a no. As for the Falcons, minuscule move. They re-signed Taquan Graham, and Eddie Goldman left for the Commanders in free agency. Here we go. We've got some breaking news right now. Russell Wilson is visiting with the Cleveland Browns on Thursday and then meeting with the Giants on Friday. Welcome on into the Cleveland Browns Report by Chat Sports. Matthew Peterson here, breaking this down. And my initial reaction to this was, man, Jerry Jeudy probably does not like this news because him and Russ, I don't want to say they didn't get along or anything at Denver, but they definitely did not get the best out of Jeudy with Russ as his quarterback for a few years. But I am a little surprised by this because Russ, personally for me, was never high up on my radar, like my personal wish list. And it never felt like Russ was really too invested with the Browns. It always kind of looked like maybe the Steelers or the Giants. But I think, reading, if you take your phone off the desk, please. I think if Rodgers ends up going to the Steelers, now Russ has to decide between the Giants and the Browns, and so he wants to give himself a few options. That's one way of looking at it. The way I'm going to look at it really quick, and then we'll talk more about Russ, just whether or not this would be a good signing. I wonder if this is plan B for Cleveland. If the Browns were all in on, we're going to wait for Kirk Cousins to be released, and then we're going to sign him. And if they got wind or got word from Atlanta that Kirk Cousins is not getting released, which, listen, I said on the channel just yesterday, I fully believe he will be released. I will eat crow. I'll be wrong. Maybe that's what's going on here. Maybe the Browns are starting to pivot to a backup plan if they're like, we can't get Kirk. Falcons are not going to cut him, so we got to find another option. Russell Wilson. So let's talk about Russ as a player. Is he washed? Is he good? Last year, missed the opening few weeks of the year with a calf, a hamstring, a soft tissue injury. He played well for a decent stretch for Pittsburgh, but he was a big reason why they ended the year on a 3-4 game losing streak going into the postseason. I also think it's worth noting that the Steelers are more in bed with signing 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers off an Achilles injury not too long ago than bringing back Russell Wilson, who just helped him go to the playoffs. That probably, to me, says a whole lot about what the Steelers think about Russ. And if Pittsburgh doesn't want him, I don't want to say that they are the greatest decision makers in the league, but that's worth considering, going, your rival team would rather go after Aaron Rodgers at his age and the way he's played recently off a team that had Devontae Adams and Garrett Wilson and Breece Hall and went nowhere. Maybe we should take word from them or take some advice from them and also do the same and not pursue Russell Wilson. I, for one, don't really want to see Russ come to the Browns. I don't think he's got much left in the tank at all. Don't get me wrong, though. He is definitely better than some other options. There's no question about that. You could do worse than Russ, like Kenny Pickett. But am I going to be super pumped up about Russ? No. For one, if you want to compare him and Kirk Cousins, because both had, injury-ish plagued years a season ago and up and downness with the two, one's going to cost you next to nothing because Kirk Cousins would sign, like Russ did with Pittsburgh, a veteran minimum contract. The other one, I think Russell Wilson can get 2 years. And if Justin Fields got $40 million, maybe Russ could get 2 years, $35-ish million. That's a decent investment right there, right? That's a good chunk of change. Whereas one of my biggest pros for Kirk Cousins for Cleveland was, if it doesn't work, you're out $2 million. With Russ, if it doesn't work, you're going to be out 15 to 20-ish million. And that's a lot of money right there compared to $2 million. So I, for one, don't want to see the Browns sign Russell Wilson. I don't think it's going to work out well. I don't think he's that good of a quarterback anymore. I think as the years continue to go by, he continues to go in the wrong direction, and you are chasing Seahawk Russ, who hasn't been here for, believe it or not, almost 5 years. Got to Denver in 2022, was bad. 2023, not very good. 2024 at the Steelers, solid at best. That's the greatest compliment I can give him, would be solid. We're talking 2020 Russ in Seattle was also not very good. So I don't think this is a great idea, but I can also understand you don't have a lot of great options. So beggars can't be choosers. But if I could be a little picky, I'd prefer not to pick Russell Wilson. So make sure to subscribe to the channel, by the way. We're trying to get to 45,000 subscribers. I do need your help. If you're looking for a free Browns YouTube channel, scroll on down, click that button. We're going to keep you informed and entertained all free agency, draft, summer long, leading into the 2025 season, which is going to be a fun one with Kenny Pickett and maybe Russell Wilson battling for that starting quarterback job. Now, I should have mentioned at the top of the video, the Browns also made a signing. So we're going to break down that signing next up on the show, talk about who this new member of the Browns roster is and why I think he could just be the next starter for Cleveland on their defensive line. But one kind of just final summarized thought for Russell Wilson. He is not my preferred candidate in free agency. You could do worse, but I'd rather the Browns go somewhere else. And I don't expect anything to happen in terms of a signing being made maybe until Monday. He's meeting with Cleveland on Thursday, the Giants on Friday. Could take the weekend to think about it, review both options, and maybe make a Monday signing. That's where my head's at right now. Now, we also have a signing that the Browns made. Remember, they somewhat surprisingly released Dalvin Tomlinson a few days ago as a post-June 1 cut, and they have found a Dalvin Tomlinson replacement in Malik Collins for a 2-year, $20 million contract. He was recently cut by the San Francisco 49ers as they are slashing and shedding everything on their roster. So let's get to know the former third-round pick by the Cowboys in 2016 out of Nebraska. He started and played every single game last year for the Niners. Before that, he was with the Texans, which is why if you're wondering, why do I know that name? He had a really good run. Let's say, with the Texans, but went to San Francisco last year. 5 sacks, so some good pass rush upside for someone that plays on the interior defensive line. From a player perspective, I don't have much of a beef with Malik Collins. I'm not going to lie and say I watched all of his tape last year or anything like that, but surface level, I think you're acquiring a good player, right? But the head scratcher is he better than Tomlinson? Because if you're going to move on from Tomlinson, one would think you're doing that to maybe go with a cheaper option. I don't see how 2 years, $20 million is all that much cheaper. Maybe a little bit, but is it really worth the squeeze to save a few million? When I thought Tomlinson played very well last year, I don't think anyone walked out of the 2024 season going, you know what the Browns got to do? They got to cut Dalvin Tomlinson. That guy stinks. The only way I can kind of make sense of cutting Tomlinson just to sign an expensive veteran defensive tackle, basically the same age and a very similar resume, is maybe this is a sign of the Browns are going to switch up with their front four look like a little bit, kind of get into the real X's and O's with Jim Schwartz and go, hey, we're not going to run the same defense, so I need different guys to play different positions for me. And that's maybe the Browns want to phase away from a true nose tackle, which is closer to Tomlinson than it is to Collins. And they're looking for a DT that can get after the quarterback a little bit better. It's not like Mike Hall can play nose tackle. So do they go to the draft and go, hey, we're going to get a new nose tackle in the draft, and we're going to get a better pass rushing DT in Collins? But you had Shelby Harris and you have Mike Hall on your roster. So I'm not going to lie, this one's a little bit of a head scratcher. I don't quite see the vision right now, but I'm willing to believe in Jim Schwartz and Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski that there's a plan in place for these moves, which don't make a ton of sense. You dump one veteran to sign another veteran for similar-ish prices. It does seem a little strange, does it not? So Russell Wilson visiting with the Browns, Malik Collins signing a 2-year, $20 million contract with Cleveland. As more news comes out, you know we're going to be the first ones to get a video out. So scroll on down, subscribe, like the video, and I'll see everyone next time. All right, so that's the Browns news right there. Any super chats that have come in, by the way, we're going to hit after we do all these breakdowns. Next up, I want to talk about Evan Ingram signing with Denver on a pretty nice payday for him. 2-year, $23 million. It's $16.5 million, so call it a 1-year, $16 million contract if things don't go well. But let's talk about this move right here. I'm going to have a dissenting opinion from the vast majority, and I'm open to being wrong. I've been wrong plenty of times in my life. My fiance likes to say that all the time to me, but I'm not viewing this as a joker signing like everyone else is. So I want to talk about this. We are doing a simul TriCast on our Browns, Broncos, and Falcons channel, so that's why we're doing some in-depth breakdowns on some specific team moves. Next up, though, after Ingram, we're going to talk about Atlanta's 2 free agency moves. Are we ready to rumble? Okay, here we go. Let's talk about Evan Ingram signing with the Denver Broncos. The Broncos have signed a tight end, Evan Ingram, after bringing him in for a visit at the beginning of the week. It's a 2-year, $23 million contract, $16.5 million guaranteed. I'm not shocked. I'm a little surprised just because after the visit, he went to go visit with the Chargers, and a lot of times that might signal maybe the visit didn't go super duper well since he left without a contract, but it went well enough, I suppose, for the Broncos to decide, all right, let's get this done. Now, on yesterday's episode, we looked at 2 trade targets for the Broncos, Mark Andrews, Dallas Goedert. Maybe Denver made an offer or made at least put out a feeler with Baltimore and Philly, and the asking price was too high, so they decided, let's go with Evan Ingram instead. We don't have to give up any draft capital for him. My overall thoughts and takeaways, though, on the signing, I'm going to be a half-glass full guy about it. I don't think I'll probably be the leader of the Evan Ingram fan club. Like, this was a terrific home run signing by the Broncos. I don't want to be a rain cloud, but I'm also not going to probably gaslight and just fill everyone's tires with Evan Ingram is a A-plus signing. No, I love the Dre Greenlaw signing. I like the Talanoa Hufanga signing. I like the Ingram signing. Now, I'm going to say something that is widely disagreed with online, but I don't care. I don't think this is Sean Payton's Joker. I think some people took Sean Payton's Joker line a little bit too simplistic and thought, oh, any tight end or running back can be his Joker. That's not what I envisioned when Sean Payton said he looks for a Joker and I think about Evan Ingram. I think Evan Ingram is a fantastic red zone target. I don't think he is like a waste of space in the middle of the field, but no, I don't know if this really is Sean Payton's Joker to transcend the offense. I think it's just a really good tight end. I think it's just an improvement from the 3 tight ends you had last year in Lucas Kroll, Nate Atkins, and Adam Trotman. I think you improved your roster. I still think the Broncos in the draft are going to try and really find that Joker. Now, Ingram, you go back 2 years ago when he was fully healthy with the Jags, maybe the best year of his career, nearly 1,000 yards, 4 touchdowns. Last year, unfortunately, an injury basically kept him off the field for half the season and a very small amount of yardage and production, 365, 1 touchdown. Former first-round pick, right, by the New York Giants, and I think this is a move that Bo Nix is going to like, and the offense will improve from and benefit from because he simply had to improve the tight end position. And while I do think it's still a possibility they target tight end in round 1 of the draft, if we're power ranking positions that have the toughest time transitioning from college to the NFL, tight end's got to be towards the top of that list. Because college tight ends are not asked to just chip Max Crosby or Myles Garrett. No, that's not really part of their job description. So there is a learning curve for tight ends, maybe more so than other positions, when going to the league. So getting Ingram on a 2-year deal can kind of help bridge the gap for when you take that tight end and when they really start to become an effective player. Brock Bowers had no issue. There's a couple of guys who really just didn't skip a beat, and I think Tyler Warren could be one of those guys who just picks up right where he left off at Penn State, but maybe Colston Loveland really needs a year to develop and get with NFL game speed. And Ingram signing a 2-year deal with $16.5 million guaranteed. Things don't go well, which I don't want to put that out there already. It could just be a 1-year, $16 million contract, and that's a good amount of investment for just 1 season. I don't expect Denver to have this mindset of we're going to get out after the first year, but we had to offer him a 2nd year to get him to sign. No, I think Denver could, be interested in having Ingram stick around for the full length of the contract, but I like the move. I'm not going to try and sell it off as this is a highway robbery signing or this is a home run. Denver just murdered this free agent signing, right? That sounded weird. Imagine they signed Aaron Hernandez and I said that. But Denver just killed this. You know what I mean? Fill in your own Mad Lib for it. I'm not quite there for this, but I do like it in general. Now, make sure you are subscribed to the channel. When Evan Ingram signs, when anyone signs, you know we're going to get a video out to you. So if you have not already, I invite you to scroll down, click the sub button. If you don't enjoy the content, you're always welcome to unsubscribe after a few days. It's completely free, but give us a shot. I promise you won't regret it. If you do, money back. So scroll down, click the subscribe button for more Broncos free agent coverage. So talking more about Ingram, but just the offense in general and what this means moving forward. As for the draft, as I said earlier, I don't think this is going to have a major altering effect on it. What I do think this could mean is it provides a level of insurance for Denver that if they can't get Tyler Warren or Colston Loveland, they at least have a veteran they can fall back on. And that's a pretty good safety net. Because as we get closer to the draft, I'm starting to really be under the mindset that Warren and Genty may not even leave the top 10. Now, it is the draft, so I don't want to say anything definitively. I think anyone that says things definitively outside of guys that are going to go first, second, or third overall are somewhat silly because no one expected not a single defender to go in the first 14 picks of the draft last year. So there's always craziness in the draft, but as of March 12th at 2:35 p.m. Mountain Time, I'm thinking Genty's a Raider and Warren might be a Jet. And if that happens, a lot of people thought, well, if they can just get Warren past the Colts at 13, he could fall to Denver at 20. Now it might be Colston Loveland at 13. So this does provide a safety net, as I said, for the Broncos, that if they can't get the tight end they were really hoping for in round one, they've got a good veteran. And if they do, more the merrier, right? I don't think there's going to be a problem with Evan Ingram and Tyler Warren being on this roster. I'm sure Sean Payton can figure out a great way to pair those two together. So Ingram to the Broncos. Give me your grade on this, by the way. Would you give it an A, B, C, D, or F? I'm going to give it a B grade. I gave Greenlaw and Hufanga A grades. This is a B grade. I'm not going to try and pretend like this is as exciting of a signing to me as the Niners signings were, but we've seen plenty of production from Ingram, and not too long ago, it's always nice for a young quarterback to have a rock-solid tight end that they can lean on, and hopefully Bo Nix has that now in Ingram because he did not have that with any of his tight ends last year. So I like this move, but I don't think we should look at it as the savior for Sean Payton's Joker quest. Now, before we sign off, one last question here. Do you think Denver's going to go undefeated in the AFC West? They swept the Raiders last year. They split it with the Chiefs, and they got swept by the Chargers. 6-0 seems like a bit of a mouthful, a lot to chew off here, but if you feel like Sean Payton and Bo Nix in that second year together are really going to take a big step forward, maybe it starts with dominating in the division. So there it is. Evan Ingram, 2 years, $23 million. The Broncos have made 3 notable external signings now. Talanoa Hufanga from the 49ers, Dre Greenlaw from the 49ers as well, Evan Ingram from the Jacksonville Jaguars, handful of re-signings. Trent Sherfield comes over from the Vikings to play special teams and a little bit of wide receiver. Appreciate everyone for watching with us. Like I said earlier, if you enjoy the content, subscribe. Give us a like down below too, and I'll see everyone next time. Willie's giving it an A. Jose's here, giving it an N, saying no. Okay, yeah. James, A-. Next up, I want to talk about a few things for the Falcons. I want to talk about the signing and the loss. Sorry, that headset hurts my ears after a while. And then I want to talk about the growing possibility that Kirk Cousins stays since the Browns are meeting with Russell Wilson. I don't think it's a stretch to start connecting the dots and go, well, does that mean the Atlanta Falcons are keeping Kirk? So we're going to talk all about those 3 things. Taquan Graham comes back for another season. former 5th-round pick by the Falcons out of Texas. And then Eddie Goldman continues his career, and he goes to the Commanders. And now we've got Kirk Cousins maybe staying put in Atlanta after all. We're going to talk about the signing real quick, and then we'll talk about Kirk Cousins, and then we'll talk about Eddie Goldman. In that order. Kadiro Hodge just re-signed. Is that real? Okay. If you guys are all saying it, I'll believe you. So now we have 2 signings. Yep. Kadiro Hodge, 2 years, $6 million. So 2 signings, 2 re-signings. Taquan Graham. Let's talk Taquan Graham and Kadiro Hodge real quick, and then we'll talk a little about Kirk Cousins. Also, Browns fans watching right now, Mary Kay said that the Browns are still working on signing Malik Collins. So a little bit of a source off. I just want to relay the news to you, but too late now. This is kind of the nature of free agency. Things can be fluid. Yep, Graham, and then we've got Kadiro Hodge. By the way, I actually appreciate this time you guys letting me know and not just trying to troll me. Like Young Wei Koo yesterday. You know who you are. Yep. Uh-huh. Yeah, I'll say it again for anyone that just tuned in. We are live right now on 3 channels. We're live on a Browns channel, we're live on a Broncos channel, we're live on a Falcons channel. I host these 3 channels at Chat Sports. So I understand that's not everyone's cup of tea, and it's weird and it's strange, and I get that. But Chat Sports as a company is still growing. We don't have 32 hosts for 32 NFL teams, so a lot of hosts have to double up, which I understand is unusual, but that's just the way it works, and I enjoy covering the NFL for a living, so I'm not going to quit over that. All right, let me know when you're ready to roll. I'm going to put a title in for Falcons real quick. Just a second, everyone. Then we're jumping into our next one here.
I also want to say, this is producer Reed. I like the Evan Ingram signing.
Yeah,
I do like it. This is anything. It's sort of like the Falcons as well. How any pass rusher is good. Any tight end for the Broncos is good. When you got a combined 400 yards from 3 tight ends for one season, it's bad. That's bad.
Yeah, Kadiro Hodge, and then we're ready to do this thing. It's Khadarel, Hodge. Is it not in the system? He's not going to have any stats, so don't worry about that. If he wants, okay. Yeah, he had the overtime touchdown against the Buccaneers, but he also had a great catch from Michael Penix in the Broncos game. I think Darius Slay is official with the Steelers. Yep. So, as I said, there's going to be a lot of signings that become official. It's not new information, but It's just pen to paper. Yep. I'm ready. Again, I really appreciate all the super chats. I promise to get to them. We just got to finish this last piece of news right here. We can do Hodge. Okay. Bramble, that made me laugh. I'm ready. Ready when you guys are. I guess you guys are all ready.
I was going to say.
It's just a me and Reed thing.
All right, ready?
Yep.
All right, whenever you're ready.
Okay. Here we go. The Falcons have made a pair of re-signings, starting with Kadarius Hodge, a fan favorite, a core special teams player. It's the second special teams ace, if you will, they've signed today. Mike Ford came over from Cleveland, and now Hodge re-signing on a 2-year, $6 million contract. That was not the only re-signing they made, by the way. They also are bringing back Taquan Graham, former 5th-round pick, who is playing on the defensive line. So a pair of re-signings for Atlanta, and I've got some Kirk Cousins rumors / new development, which I'll get to in a little bit, but just a quick update and just breakdown of the Hodge re-signing. I think this is a great signing for the special teams unit. Plus, we saw in the overtime game against the Buccaneers, he knows how to play offense. He knows how to play the receiver position as well, but overall, I'm looking at this as a special teams boost, and Younghoe Koo was the thing holding them back in special teams. I didn't think the rest of the unit was that dreadful or that bad or anything, but I love bringing back Hodge for the Falcons and bringing in Mike Ford. You've got two great special teamers for a third of the game. So Kadarius Hodge comes back to Atlanta for yet another season. Don't have super high expectations for him as a wide receiver. That's perfectly fine. That's not really what you're trying to get out of him or paying him to do. You are paying for him to help you in the field position battle when it comes to flipping the field on special teams and to make impact plays on special teams as well. Anything beyond that, it's gravy. So Hodge, welcome back to Atlanta, a fan favorite for sure. And then we've got Taquan Graham re-signing with the Falcons as well. This one happened 5-10 minutes after it was announced that Eddie Goldman, who I thought just might retire again, is going to the Commanders. So the Falcons bring back one of their defensive linemen. They've lost Grady Jarrett and Eddie Goldman now, but they do retain a former 5th-round pick of theirs who has always been a solid rotational piece. Very little pass rush upside whatsoever, if any, but that's not really his job. What is his job? His job is to clog up the middle of the line, eat up the center and the guard, let the linebackers do their job, and Taquan Graham, for a guy who plays 35, maybe 40% of snaps per game, can do an adequate job of that for a cheap 1-year deal. So neither one of these are major, moving mountains type signings. I like the Hodge one more than the Graham one, and I think the Falcons do as well. That's reflected in a 2-year, $6 million deal for Hodge, whereas Graham likely getting just a cheap 1-year near vet minimum contract. But the Falcons defensive line is going to look a little bit different in the future with no Grady Jarrett and no Eddie Goldman for now a part of it. I'm sure there'll be some more changes made throughout the rest of free agency and the draft. Now, next up on the show, I want to share what this new development is for Kirk Cousins. But really quickly, if you have not subscribed yet, I invite you to do so. Click the sub button down below. We're going to make sure you get all of your Falcons free agency news and rumors coverage that you need. So if you are looking for a free Atlanta Falcons YouTube channel, give it a shot. If you don't enjoy the content, it's free, so you can always unsubscribe at any point. But consider joining us here as we are trying to reach 35,000 subscribers. Now, let's talk a little bit about Kirk Cousins, because this is a little of a domino game here, a little Mexican train. But if you saw, the Browns are bringing Russell Wilson in for a visit. So now I go full Brian Windhorst mode. Why would they do that? Maybe it's because they don't believe Atlanta will release Kirk Cousins, which I have stated unequivocally on this channel. I believe and expect Kirk Cousins to be released. So I'll eat crow. You all can tell me to go fuck myself. I understand. I deserve it. I'm not giving up on that thought. There is definitely a push for Atlanta is willing to hold on to Kirk through March 17th when he gets a $10 million roster bonus. I think we're playing a game of poker. I wonder if there's been a trade offer submitted, maybe from Cleveland for Kirk, and the Falcons want to make that trade, but Cousins says, no, I will not waive my no trade clause. I don't want you guys to get a thing for me, which seems a little petty, and it's a little bit of a stretch because it's a way out the door, which Cousins wants to leave. So if he wants out, I'm struggling to think he'd actually exercise his no trade clause. If he had a meeting with Arthur Blank about wanting to go somewhere else, and if the Falcons say, here's somewhere else, I think he'd jump at it. But maybe he just wants to be released so he can sign elsewhere for a cheap veteran minimum contract and really stick it to Atlanta on the way out. I'm struggling to see that more and more as we get closer to this $10 million roster bonus. But if you're Kirk, maybe you're thinking, no, I won't use my no trade clause. I'm going to stay, and you're going to pay me $10 million, and then you'll release me. Which is a gamble because, well, if they release you and the Browns have signed Russell Wilson, where are you going to go? So there's layers to this. It can go a lot of different directions. I don't think this is cut and dry. There are a lot of factors in play here. But right now it looks like Atlanta, they're not bluffing about wanting to keep Kirk as a backup, which I have said over and over again, I don't think he'll be staying as a backup. I think it'd be a horrible idea if you keep Kirk Cousins as a backup. Would he be a good backup on paper? Yeah, he's a good starter when healthy, which he has been for almost all of his career up into the last 18 or so months. But when the man asks to leave and you say no, does that sound like someone that wants to be there? Are you in the business of hostages or volunteers? You think Cousins is going to do his absolute best every single week to make sure Michael Penix is ready on Sunday? Guy asked to leave. They said, no, you're stuck. We're keeping you. I personally, from just a human element, don't think he'd give 110% effort every single day. I don't think he'd go there as a scout quarterback in practice and go like, you know what? I'm going to make sure I do my darn best right now. He's probably pissed off. I would be. They won't let me go somewhere else where I can start. They've screwed me over twice. I signed here and I said I want to end my career here, and then they drafted my replacement 6 weeks later. And now a year later, I want to be released and they won't let me go. I don't think that's a good thing to have in the locker room. So I'd hope that the Falcons come to their senses and realize probably not the best mentor for a young quarterback in Penix. Let's just cut our losses and move on altogether like Denver did with Russell Wilson. And I think Bo Nix had a pretty good first year without Russ breathing down his neck, always trying to get back on the field. I'm struggling to see the pros. Yes, Kirk Cousins is a good quarterback, and if Penix got hurt, he'd be a nice quarterback to come in off the bench. But the backup quarterback job is so much more than just the possibility of playing. What about all the weeks Penix isn't hurt? You think Kirk's going to be in the meetings with Penix and the quarterback coach, TJ Yates, and Zach Robinson, giving his all to make sure Penix has everything he needs to be successful? I doubt it. So I think it's a mistake to keep Kirk Cousins. I think it's got disaster written all over it. And we'll find out what happens. It's going to be a fun next couple of days, though. March 17th, that $10 million roster bonus is due. We'll find out whether or not Atlanta is bluffing or not. Now, let me know if you want the Falcons to keep Kirk Cousins. Scroll on down, give me a yes or give me a no in the comment section if you'd like Atlanta to keep on and hold on to Kirk. All right, so once more, we are tri-casting across 3 different channels. D'Anthony Bell visiting the Seahawks. Oh, I wanted him to come back to the Browns. I got another Twitter notification. It was like, no moves forever. DeMarcus Lawrence going to Seattle. Okay. So, a flurry of moves now that the new league year has officially begun. We're going to catch up on all the supers, I promise. I really appreciate everyone's patience with that. That's the next thing here. Okay. Are we ready to catch up on supers? I was just about to say, though, we are tri-casting on Browns, Broncos, Falcons channels and Chat Sports. So if you're confused why I'm not talking about your favorite team the whole time, there's your reason. Now, let's go back to the last super chat that we did not get to and answer and put on screen whatever you guys have to say or want to talk about. Appreciate it, Eddie. Thank you very much. You guys don't know not just how much those comments can really mean to someone because a lot of hard work is put into this. ZD, I promise super chat reads coming right now. Imagine if Twitter was still down. That was a disaster day one. Yes, correct. Dave Joseph, Overlord drinks on me at the Benz week 1 lock-in. I love it. I mean, Overlord, if you missed it earlier, ask someone in the chat what that was about. That was an insane start to the show. It was honestly a great start because, like, there were no moves, and now we have moves, and I'm glad those two did not overlap.
I mean, there was a clear, like, distinction of when the new league year starts and things happening.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Because the Russell Wilson visiting the Browns, that happened right at 4 o'clock.
Uh-huh. Angelina is in the chat. Awesome to see you, Angelina. Longtime viewer, Angelina, on our Browns stream. Diehard Browns fan. Dave, thank you for the super chat. We got a few, more than just a few to run through here, so Reed's going to get to them all in a moment. Starting with some of them Nuggets. Will the Falcons make any trades before the draft? It's not often you see a team trade picks before the draft. The Texans and the Vikings did it last year. That's somewhat of a rarity unless you're trading up to number 1. I think Atlanta's going to be open to dealing and wheeling and dealing that 15th pick to acquire more draft capital. There's been very little traction on Kyle Pitts, so doesn't seem like it's going that way, but we know how quickly things can move and work in this league. So I'm going to say no. I'm just going to err on the house favorite, which is probably not. Thank you for the super chat, though. Really appreciate it. All right, coming in on our Browns stream now. Yep. Here it is. Henry Ruggs. Should I sign with the Browns? You know, if Xavier Worthy got arrested over the weekend for what he was arrested for, or got charged with, I should have said, can you imagine Worthy and Ruggs in the yard? No one would have been able to stop that combo. That would have been. We would have had to have, what's the Paul Crew, Longest yard 3. We would need longest yard 3. Henry, hope the Wi-Fi prison is not so bad. Over to our Broncos stream now. Bradley, Jerry Jeudy versus Andrew Berry fighting in the GM office. Judy's definitely not thrilled about this news. I just don't think Russ, as he progresses in his career, matches up with Jeudy as a receiver. Like Russ kind of likes to hold on to the ball a little bit and be a hero in the backfield, and he just doesn't have the athleticism to continue that anymore. Jeudy likes the ball in his hands at all times immediately, and Russ did not accomplish that enough in Denver. So, yeah, can't imagine Jeudy is thrilled with Andrew Berry, the Browns GM, for pursuing Russ. But if you're Berry, you got to do what's best for the team, not for one receiver. Grizzly from our Broncos stream as well. Unrelated, but who you got winning March Madness? All right, I know that like Auburn is almost a big favorite, but it's Kadiro Hodge. No. Yeah, thank you. I know Auburn's the big or one of the favorites. I always struggle picking a non-blue blood to really win it all. So I guess I'll take Duke. Give me Duke. I don't like Duke, but I'll take Duke. Back to our Falcon stream. Taylor Vaughn, will the Falcons go after Cooper Kupp after his release from the Rams? Good question, Taylor. My answer is no. They've got 3 good receivers under contract. Drake London, Darnell Mooney, Ray McLeod. Sure, Cooper Kupp is better than, I'll say, 2 out of those 3 probably. 1.5 out of those 3. Mooney was very good last year, but I don't think he's going to be worth the $15 million price tag, $10 million price tag. I'd rather see that money go elsewhere. I think they're happy with their receiving room right now. So I'd be very surprised if Kupp ended up in Atlanta. All right. Few more to get to here, I think. Let me know when you're ready, Reed. Oh, let's just... Zach's vocal analysis. So if Kirk agrees to rework his deal to make a trade feasible, what would the cap savings be at that point? So if Kirk reworks his deal with the new team, it doesn't change the cap hit with the previous team, Atlanta. If he gets traded, I believe the cap charge to the Falcons is $37 million, and the savings is a little under $2 million. So it doesn't matter what Kirk's new deal is with the Browns, the Titans, or any other team that trades for him. It's still going to have a decent cap consequence, but it would be better than releasing him. That's for sure. That is for sure. Here, I'll worry about that. I know. But you just get the super chats on screen. RST, Russell Wilson, yes, please. Coming in from the UK, so thank you for watching all the way over there. Listen, I'm not a fan of the idea of pursuing Russell Wilson. I don't think he'd be a very good quarterback for likely what you have to pay to acquire him. You could do worse. So I'm not going to have like a Kenny Pickett meltdown. Even though Pickett's just a backup, it's still getting a bad quarterback. But I'm not on the same wavelength of yes, please. It's a no thank you for me, actually. Over on our Broncos stream, Willie. Ingram to the Broncos. Yep, Devin Ingram. Sorry. D. Eskridge. Devin Ingram. Who's Devin? I don't know what I just combined. Evan Ingram, 2-year, $23 million contract. I like the move. I like the Hufanga and Greenlaw signings more, but it doesn't mean that it's not a bad move for the Broncos. They got a tight end, and they desperately needed one. And there weren't a lot of great options out there. Appreciate the super chat, Willie. Thank you very much. Over on our Falcon stream, Thomas Hodge re-signed. Kadero Hodge, special team star, fan favorite, if you will. 2-year, $6 million contract. I like this a lot for both parties. Thomas, thank you so much for, at the time, making me aware. Thomas was like my own Schefter for a second. So, appreciate it, Thomas. Thank you very much for watching. And now we get a run of everyone's favorite, but probably least favorite viewer. He's him. I'm a thief. the crazy thing about this one here is I literally sent someone $50 of my own money because I didn't want them to be left hanging from Overlord who couldn't get that guy's Cash App. But sure, I'm the thief here. I gave you my Max Politics opinions yesterday. He's him, and I'm going to tap out there. And then another one, I think, from Soul Train. Looking forward to post-draft talk already. Post-free agency talk or post-draft talk? Because I am looking forward to post-free agency remaining needs that can be satisfied in the draft. That's a fun weekish stretch. Only the diehards really care about that. The casuals don't, but anyone watching right now, I'm going to dub as a diehard. Soul Train, always a blessing to see you in the chat. Thank you for hanging out with us. Over on our Falcon stream, Damon, a shout out to ZD Productions, a.k.a. the Nut Dragger. Yeah, he did. He got me. He said Younghoe Koo was released, and I bought it. I was in. It was feasible enough. It was NBA Centel level. I saw the funniest NBA Centel video today, by the way. It was Suns players. You know, like when the social media person sets up a camera and there's a question below it, and as they walk by, they answer the question. You know, it could be like, what's your favorite movie? Everyone was walking by, and they were just saying an age. They were all like, ooh, I was 14. I was 15. I was 16. And NBA Centel put the caption of Suns players answering when they lost their virginity. The real question was, how old were you when you first dunked? But I thought that was hilarious. And I was like, this is what ZD did to me yesterday. Damon, thank you so much for your $10 super chat. Robert, over on our Broncos channel. Good to see you, Robert. Been awesome to have you the last 2 days. I heard we signed Evan Ingram. Indeed, Denver signed Evan Ingram, 2 years, $23 million. I like the signing. I'm not going to just be like the ultimate gaslighter and minister of good news and say everything's great, everything's an A+. I like it. That's fine. It's fine to just like it. I'm not going to view it, though, as this is going to be the thing that pushes Denver over the top. I'm not at that level.
So, Michael Williams from Georgia.
Yep.
Did you see Mike Garafolo? He had his pro day today. Michael Williams did.
Uh-huh.
He was timed by many in the low 4.7s in his 40 time.
Okay.
As fast as 4.68.
James Pierce from Tennessee, for reference, ran like a 4.47.
Michael Williams is big.
He's a big dude. This is the silliest thing about the pro days, though. We can't get an official time. Why? It's archaic. It's why players often like to do the things at their own pro day, because maybe it's a 39.5-yard dash, and maybe it's downhill, and maybe it's got a friendly stopwatch. Robert, thank you for the super chat. Back to He's Him on our Browns channel. Matt gave me cold sores in college when we kissed. Any more from He's Him? We could just are we all caught up now? No. We've got TM Cream Bank. What free agent do you want the Browns to keep? I like D'Anthony Bell. He's visiting Seattle, so maybe not in the cards for the Browns. No to Jed Wills. Man, who do I want them to keep? There really wasn't any big names, so I'm like, gotta get Nick Chubb. That was dumb. Nick Chubb. Obviously, I was kind of, I don't know, being an idiot. Nick Chubb, I think everyone could get on board with. Would be great for the dog pound to have him come back. So, Nick Chubb, final answer.
I think this is a stab at me.
Demented Tree.
Is this me?
Reed sold me fentanyl in the Walmart parking lot. This is like the new, I'm not a TikTok guy. I don't have TikTok. I don't want to give my information to the Chinese. So I'm an Instagram Reels guy, which is just like the Kirkland version of TikTok. And anytime someone starts to rise up in popularity, people just go in the comments and just say, this guy sold me fentanyl. And I think it's one of the funniest replies. You know, like the Costco guys, Cousin Angelo. I despise Cousin Angelo, but every comment section is just Cousin Angelo sold me fentanyl. I always like the fentanyl ones.
I love the I don't know if you've seen these, but it's like I just dropped to my knees in the Walmart parking lot.
Yeah.
And it's like, and then the next comment is, I just saw someone drop to their knees in the Walmart parking lot, and it keeps going.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Demented Tree. I can't say you're wrong. I have never seen Reed. I've never seen Reed all 24 hours of the day. So there's a good chance he could be at the Walmart parking lot.
I will use the Fifth Amendment.
That's a good one. On to the next super. A couple are just flying in right now between Falcons and Broncos. Another one from our Bronco stream from Nizzy PK. Kupp to Denver. I don't think it's going to happen, but I think they are a contender. I think that's probably as far as it's going to go. Depending on the amount, I can be on board with it, but similar to Ingram, I won't be upset of like, what a bad move for Denver. I won't view it as, whoa, this is unfair. The Broncos are now a cheat code. And I say that just because Ingram's getting old. He's coming off an injury. Kupp has not been healthy for the last 3 consecutive seasons. Those are fair concerns given their ages. Nimpizzi, I don't know how to say it. PK, thank you very much.
So we have one more super chat from the Lord and Savior Overlord. And then, Petey, do you want to do a little recap for all 3 teams of what has happened?
Yeah, great idea. So Overlord from our Falcon stream, who put together one of the most electric, honestly, events I've ever been a part of in my near 4-year history at Chat Sports, offering up $150 of his own money to 3 random viewers in a duck race. If you missed that, it's worth going back to rewatch. Listening while working. Overlord, I got to ask, what is this line of work where you're like, just Drake on God's plan? You just, out it goes. Overlord, thank you, and then thank you a million more times. Okay, let's recap some of the news, though. We'll go in a rough chronological order of Browns, Broncos, Falcons, of Russell Wilson, some signings, Evan Ingram, and then Atlanta making a pair of re-signings as well. We are streaming this on 3 different Chat Sports channels, Browns, Broncos, Falcons, so that's why these 3 teams are getting specific coverage, but of course, we're going to cover all of NFL free agency for all 32 teams. Yeah, let's talk about Russell Wilson coming to Cleveland for a visit, going out to dinner. Man, let me ask you this question. If you're Andrew Berry and you take Russell Wilson and a couple coaches out to dinner, what would Russ have to order at a steakhouse for you to go like, that's not our guy? If I were Andrew Berry and I'm at dinner at steakhouse, nice steakhouse, and Russell Wilson, waiter comes around and says, I'll take the rotisserie chicken, I think you just look to the waiter and go, actually, we'll get the check. We're done here.
I was going to say, if he says, I'll do chicken fingers and fries.
That would be childish, but yeah.
Exactly.
Another one, this one won't be, we'll get a check, but this one will be like, we need to talk about this. If you're at a nice steakhouse and you get it well done, that might be a, whoa.
They say, hey, I don't think we can fit you for a helmet because you'll still be chewing your steak by the time you get to our facility.
Also, if you're the Browns, what if Russ just goes to town on the bread and butter? Oh. You're like, hey, dude, how about you watch the carbs?
Yeah.
Like, why don't you lose a belt size right now?
What about they're in the middle of their dinner?
Yeah.
And he finishes, and he starts stretching in the middle of the restaurant.
Oh, if he stretches going to the back, if he lunges,
after he's done, making sure that he's all stretched out, I'd be like, you gotta go.
If he lunges while walking to the bathroom, I think when he comes back, the whole table's gone. So that's our Russell Wilson breakdown. He's visiting with the Browns tomorrow. Pretty much sums up everything for you. So there's that. The Browns also signed a defensive tackle as well. According to Mary Kay of Cleveland.com, they're still working through it, so maybe I should slightly pull back on the sign for sure part, but a lot of people with blue check marks are saying it's happening. So you've got a couple of acquisitions right here. These were all yesterday or 2 days or whatever, 2, 3, 4 days ago. But most recently, Devin Bush yesterday, and then I guess hasn't come in yet. Okay. Yeah, Malik, I think it may not be finalized yet, but Malik Collins, 49ers defensive tackle. Someone put out there 2 years, $20 million, but it still could be in the works. Yeah. So I'm not going to publish this in ink, but I'm going to put it in pencil. But like a pencil a pencil with a bad eraser at the end. So it's really tough to erase, but it's technically still a pencil.
Can't do standardized tests with those ones.
No. So those are the 2 pieces of news for the Browns. Now the Broncos. Evan Ingram signing a 2-year contract with Denver, visited with the Broncos at the beginning of the week, then went to visit with the Chargers. Maybe the Denver Broncos said, listen, take your time. Here's our offer. Just let us know. Get back to us when you can. And after visiting with both teams, could have come down to money, could have come down to what he thinks is going to be best for him. Like, it's also important to remember, let's just say, for the sake of this point here, the Broncos said, here's our offer for you. And I heard you want to go visit with LA. Go do that. Come back. Let us know what your decision is. And let's say both teams offer the same amount of money. Sometimes I think as fans, people start to just only look at, well, which team is better? You also got to consider what's better for Evan Ingram. Maybe Evan Ingram, after visiting with the Chargers, him and his agent got together, and his agent's like, listen, good offers. I'm hearing, though, the Chargers really want to draft Colston Loveland. Harbaugh coached him at Michigan, wants to bring him to LA. And now Ingram thinks, well, if they're pretty similar, Chargers might be a slightly better team. They were last year. But what's best for me is not to go somewhere where they're going to immediately take my replacement in the draft. Or I don't want to go somewhere where I can't get snaps. Or I don't want to go somewhere where they don't have a big role for me in the offense to get targets. That is also a very important factor when players make a decision as to where they want to sign. So Ingram joining the Broncos. I like this move for Denver. I think he's going to be a vast, big improvement from what they had last year. And he now joins a handful of re-signings and then signings altogether. My 2 favorite ones are still Hufanga and Greenlaw, but Evan Ingram definitely takes bronze for my 3rd signing or re-signing for that matter for Denver so far. So that's the Broncos news right there. Atlanta making not many moves early on, but starting to gain steam right now. They extended Matthews, and then they brought in a couple of new faces as well. But today, Mike Ford re-signing a Taquan Graham, re-signing a Kadero Hodge. That should not be in there again, so we'll get that fixed for you all. But handful of new and old faces coming to Atlanta. Of the 3, I'd say are probably and Leonard Floyd yesterday, of course, former Niners pass rusher, probably the most mild of the bunch. But they did lose Eddie Goldman in free agency. The nose tackle went to the Commanders. So some additions, but definitely some subtractions. Notable ones, Drew Dahlman and Grady Jarrett as well. So that pretty much summarizes everything that's happened with the Browns, the Broncos, and the Falcons over the last 60 or so minutes. We got some super chats to catch up on here. Bradley, should the Broncos trade a 2 and a 6 for CMC? The Niners say no, though. The Niners give up a 2nd, a 3rd, and I think a 4th. They're not giving up CMC for a 2nd. I mean, I guess CMC older now and coming off that injury. Maybe they'd. I don't know.
They're all in on him though.
They are they are moving out from a lot of other guys.
And I don't really care because of the running back draft class this year. I think you can get a really good running back in this draft. I'm not going to say you can get the next CMC.
I agree with that.
But you can get a really good running back in this draft class, whether it be Amarian Hampton, Caleb Johnson, even Cam Scatteraboo. Ashton Genty's not falling because he's going to stop at the Bears if he's there still. But you can get a really good running back, and you don't have to give anything up for it. Just your first-round pick.
Yep.
You select him, and then move on from there. Younger, healthy. I say no. Thank you for the super chat, though, Bradley.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Bradley. But I'm going to say it's just not going to be received well in San Francisco.
This is funny.
Robert, on our Broncos stream, Russell Wilson starts doing his high knees in the restaurant while people are eating while saying, let's ride over and over again. What does high knees to the table? Oh. That'd be. I get major Khalil Herbert signing with the Colts. I get major fish vibes from Russ. I think at a steakhouse, he gets a sea bass. I just don't. Let's power rank starting quarterbacks who would order chicken or fish at a steakhouse. I think Russell Wilson's up there. I've seen a list of quarterbacks in front of me.
I think
Aaron Rodgers gets something vegan. I think his diet. I could see Aaron Rodgers going, I don't eat red meat.
I can see Kirk getting.
Kirk, I think, is pretty simple in his taste.
I was gonna say, I think he's getting a medium steak.
I think Kirk might
He's the most normal guy.
I think Kirk might get the cheeseburger.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's fine.
Yep.
They probably have a very good cheeseburger.
Uh-huh.
What are we talking about?
I think Bo Nix gets the ribeye. I think Bo Nix is like, I'm a carnivore. Any Cali guys? Who else would get?
If we're still like keeping like Gardner Minshew, I think he gets a rare steak.
Yes. I think he asked for very rare.
Strip.
Yep.
Just rare.
Uh-huh. He's like, have you seen salmon before? I'd like it to look like that.
Who gets the prime rib?
I'm not going to lie. I think Lamar eats before he gets there. I think he's like, I don't really like this shit. I have my Uncrustable on the way here. I could see Baker having a big boy steak. I think Baker gets the tomahawk.
Baker gets the prime rib.
I think, yeah, that could be the case here. Burrow's kind of fruity. He's kind of weird.
You know what he does? He is sitting next to whoever knows what they're doing, and he goes, "I'll get that," and then doesn't eat it. Just eats the sides kinda and picks at it, maybe a couple bites, and then he's like, "All right, I'm done."
I think Russell Wilson. I think he gets sea bass. I think everyone goes around and says some combination of filet mignon, ribeye, prime rib, and he goes, "I'll get the Chilean sea bass, please."
He's gonna just be different. He just wants to be different.
Yep.
All right, back to
our regularly scheduled programming. We have another super chat. Or is that the last one? That was the last one from Robert. Do you want to update the super chat battles? Yeah. I'll Slack you the Venmo total.
BD, try and say that name.
Chukuma Okafor. Chukuma Okafor.
Where's the first R in his last name?
It's silent.
Oh.
Yeah.
You just chose that?
No, I think it is. It's
According
like the
to
G
me, it's
in
silent.
lasagna. All right. Okay, here's the Venmo total from Overlord. I mean, I'm gonna trust they just get it done, but it's out of our hands right now. I mean, well, it says Durham's on it. All right. So a good amount of moves come in. DeMarcus Lawrence, by the way, going to the Seahawks. You know, very successful Dallas Cowboy. Him and Micah Parsons working side and side. Kenneth Murray traded, to the Titans from the Cowboys? No. Traded to Dallas. To the Cowboys from Tennessee. Kenneth Murray going from Tennessee to Dallas for a 6th-round draft pick. All right, well, that's what happens when there's no good. Well, I would say no good linebackers, but there were a couple. But I guess they just didn't want to pay them. Yeah, that works too. That's much better. Isaiah Oliver, former Falcon right there, re-signing with the New York Jets. Fluffy on our Broncos channel, $5 super. The first 3 rounds in the draft, who would you want to get? And go Broncos, doing well in free agency. I think Denver's doing a good job in free agency. They have not made seismic moves like the Patriots, for example, but Hufanga, great player. Greenlaw, great player. Ingram, great player. Like, those are 3 good signings right there. And if I had to rank those 3 signings, it would be in that order. First 3 rounds for Denver, though. Okay. Let's say at pick number 20, I'm going to go with Colston Loveland. I don't think Genty or Warren will be there, but I think they want to get a tight end that's younger. So I'll say Colston Loveland. I don't think the Ingram signing is going to sway me off of that too much. Round 2, give me Omarion Hampton, another North Carolina running back. I guess so. That's a fair point. Denver's picking in the 50s. I've seen some buzz for him going round 1, so that could be a stretch. And then round 3, I don't know. Give me a defensive tackle. Collins from Texas. I'm blanking on Alfred Collins from Texas. Yeah. Ooh, we're going to update our super chat and our like battle. We have been live for 3.5 hours. Time flies, dude. Time flies.
We had all 3 teams do something, all in the span of like
15 minutes.
15 minutes.
Yeah. Would have been nice if they spaced it out a little bit. So it's 4:25 Central right now. Here's what we'll do. Let's throw up the like battle and the super chat numbers here. So it's our 3rd day going live for free agency. The first day, the Broncos won the super chat battle. The second day, the Falcons won the super chat battle. Can the Browns make a push right now? Dolphin X sending single-handedly almost all of this, $500. So can the Browns take home a gold on day 3 of the events? And then on the like battle side of things here, wow, it's close. Slight lead for Falcons over Broncos, but Cleveland's not far behind at all. All right, let's do the following, though. Let's set a timer for 30 minutes. Yep, and at 5 p.m. Central, we can kind of begin to sign off, unless some more news comes in. Falcons tender Ryan Newsel. Did that happen? Are you guys getting me again? Oh, Browns is out. I never know if I can trust you after Younghoe Koo. This time I'm willing to believe you, though. No, do a different one. We did that one already. I haven't seen the run. I think you guys got me again. I think they got me. Yeah. If you were the Browns GM, would you rather have Kirk Cousins or Joe Flacco? Great question by Reed. I'd rather have Kirk Cousins. I know that's kind of a crazy thing to say after the way he played at the end of last season. I also think people are trying to catch this Joe Flacco 2023 ghost. I think him throwing 2 pick sixes in a playoff game is maybe a time to move on. And just let the 2023 Flacco be that. The guy's 40 years old. I don't want to sour the Joe Flacco era with maybe biting off more than you could chew. So I'm going to pass on Flacco. The Ryan Newsel stuff comes in per Falcons Reddit. Yeah, ZD, it will haunt me forever. I looked like an idiot. And I look like an idiot a lot of the time on my own doing. Like, Bill Belichick's a Falcon. Make one prediction. People will never forget it.
Scott.
Reed sold me
I told you to keep it down. I said don't tell anyone. You got somebody else telling this saying I'm selling Fed. You're going to lose your customer. That's it. I'm done. I'm done.
You're out of the Tijuana donkey business.
I'm out of the game. I'm getting exposed.
Okay. And then we have he's him with the super chat as well. Arthur Blank would not approve. I'll put it that way. Listen, we will never silence anyone's First Amendment right here on the channel. But there's nothing him enjoys more than trying to get me arrested with stuff like this.
You know what? I should probably find a different Walmart.
I think you gotta change. I think you gotta find it like a new territory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just love.
You want to throw the 30-minute timer on?
Yeah.
So 30-minute timer till the end of the live show. See who can win the super chat and like battle for day 3. We've had gold for super chats go to Broncos day 1 and Falcons day 2. Like battle, I think Falcons has won the gold and the like battle both times. We have 246 people hanging out with us on our Broncos stream, 324 on our Falcons stream, and 278 on our Browns stream. You know, I'm a little surprised hasn't been signed yet, by the way. Jameis Winston. Yeah, a lot of people wanted Jameis back, and I was like, listen, Jameis's time in Cleveland is so different. If Eddie Jackson just makes the interception against the Browns when Cleveland beat the Ravens, and there's no Cedric Tillman game-winning touchdown. Jameis tried not once but twice to end the game by throwing it right to the opposition. So there's that.
Do you think the Browns are staying at number 2 for the draft? Second overall pick?
I am so excited for this draft because of how unpredictable it feels for everyone. I think
everyone in the Browns chat, let me know. Are you staying at number 2 or are you trading that pick away?
The vibe coming out of the combine was the Titans could be very much open to dealing the first overall pick. With the Titans not getting Sam Darnold or any notable veteran so far quarterback, I'm thinking that points to a Cam Ward pick at number 1. So Browns fans, let me ask you this. If Cam Ward goes first overall, do you want to take Shedeur Sanders? Do you want to take Abdul Carter, Travis Hunter, or do you want to trade out? I personally would trade. I think after 3 years of no first-round picks and hardly any day 2 picks, it's not the worst thing in the world to get some future draft picks. And I don't think Shedeur Sanders with this roster will be very successful. And I think he's a quarterback who needs a good roster to be successful.
I don't know what in the Broncos chat what they're talking about, but I see Pinky 600 saying adding Chris in the chat. But Hampton wasn't in a powerhouse school playing good colleges. Henderson and Judkins were going against a lot of NFL type players. I'm assuming it's the conversation of who's better.
The level of competition argument, I don't think it's pointless, but I think it's overblown. You got to bring down
Ashton Genty then.
Yeah, Ashton Genty's going to stink. I guess Chris Johnson sucks now. He played at East Carolina. So, Marshall Faulk went to where? I don't remember where Marshall Faulk went to college. Where did Marshall Faulk go to college? You think it's ECU too? Did Marshall Faulk go to Marshall? Bowling Green? Where did Marshall Faulk go to college? Who's going to tell me first in the chat? No one knows where Marshall Faulk went to college. Oh, I did know that. Him and Rashad Penny. And they had another good running back right before Rashad Penny. Justin, thank you for your super. Get it on for you in just a moment. Of like non-Power 5 guys. Matt Forte for the Bears. Doug Martin for the Bucks. I think he went to like Florida Atlantic or something. It does appear that the Falcons have tendered Ryan Newsel. 1 second. I think they did tender him. There's some slight miscalculation or misreporting right now, but I'm going to say Ryan Newsel, which isn't a big surprise. I think we all expected it with Drew Dahlman going. They had to bring him back, so it appears the Falcons have found their new center in-house internally, Ryan Newsel.
We got a couple people that, he's not like all-time good, but Kareem Hunt went to Toledo.
Yeah, that's a good example.
David Johnson,
Northern Iowa.
Rashad Penny went to San Diego State.
Uh-huh.
Jerick McKinnon.
Oh, where did Jerick McKinnon go to school? I don't remember.
Georgia Southern.
Southern.
That's where my high school coach went to play football.
We got a handful of supers. Let's catch up on these super chats.
Yeah, we got.
But some news on the Falcons side of things. Center Ryan Newsel appears to have been tendered by Atlanta. It's still a little unclear-ish, so I'm just going to wait for one or two more verifications to come out, but we'll proceed with that as some news to keep an eye on.
Ooh. Hold on.
All right, let's get this off screen because it's been on for it's me being a terrorist.
Did you see that? You saw that, right?
Yep.
Oh, Justin Farmer.
Yeah, we had Chargers signing former Commanders corner Benjamin St. Just. So maybe Asante Samuel's not coming back. Maybe he does come to Atlanta. But I don't think so with Mike Hughes. Although maybe they put him at the nickel spot. Justin, NFL insider James Palmer is saying the Falcons want to move on from Kyle Pitts or open for trading. Thoughts? This is the most polarizing topic with Falcons fans. A lot of you, and half of you watching right now, don't want to trade him. And I get it. If you still think he's going to be a good tight end, why would you want to trade a good player? My argument is I don't think the Falcons think he is good. If they did, he would play more than 48% of snaps the last month of the season. So if they're not going to play him, why keep him? No one's been able to answer that question for me. For $10.8 million, he better be on the field. And he wasn't. So no one seemed to come up with an answer as to why Atlanta should hold on to a guy who was phased out of the offense towards the end of the season. On top of just being underwhelming altogether. What did Pat Surtain tweet out? For the Broncos, Pat Surtain saying, they're cooking. Yep. Justin, thank you so much for your super chat. Anthony, hey Pete, can you shout out my brother Mike Oxlaw? Mike Oxlaw. At trivia.
It really is.
Breaking news. At trivia, though.
I didn't need to know that.
At trivia, I host trivia every Tuesday night. Every single time, there's like 5 teams that have team names like this, and they're my favorite ones. And once I actually just blindly got. The best team, though, is, and they come every single week, it's Haywood Jablomi. Haywood Jablomi.
Oh, the Browns are signing Jack Jack Sherwood, Lovehead.
Jack Sherwood, Lovehead. Lucas, what about, this is from our Broncos stream, what about Ole Miss wide receiver Trey Harris or Jaden Higgins early in draft to replace Sutton if he doesn't re-sign? Jaden Higgins is a name that's really moving up draft boards, so that could be a fun pick. I still am not very impressed by this wide receiver class, so Sutton with 1 year left on his deal, I'd rather kind of play that out, and if you need a new receiver next year, chances are the receiver class next year will be much better than this year because that's always the way the draft works. If it's bad, like running back, awful last year, amazing this year. So I'd rather just wait till then. If you want to take one of these guys, take him because you think he's a good player. I don't think this is the year to go. We should start preparing for post-Courtland Sutton. Also, I think they're going to try and get an extension done with Sutton. He played just too well last year to let him go. Maybe it's a midseason extension, but that's dicey. Sometimes players like Mike Evans, remember, go, hey, once the season begins, we're not negotiating because I'm not going to let you guys wiggle your way back here and go, actually, you're really good now. It still are good. So can we pay you a little bit less than what you might get in a few months in free agency? Before we get to the last 20 minutes or so, make sure you check out Fanatics for 25% off at chatsports.com/Fanatics. Use our link for those savings. They've got t-shirts, they've got jerseys, they've got hoodies, lots of great stuff for all of your favorite teams. Use chatsports.com/Fanatics for 25% off, plus it supports the channel as well. All of that information is in the comments and description of today's video. We still have one more super chat, I think, from everyone's least favorite. He's him. I do remember. Yeah. I'm going to say this. This is going to piss off Ohio State fans, and this isn't me trying to give excuses. The shoe, for how big of a stadium it is, I thought it was somewhat underwhelming for it being a college football coliseum. I feel like it wasn't that, whoa. You know what I mean? Like there are stadiums where every single summer when sports really dry up, there's rankings of like best college football experiences, right? LSU at night, Neyland Stadium checkerboard. I didn't feel like Ohio State Stadium was you haven't been to the shoot, you got to go. You got to check it out. So there's my one thing that I'll say that is what I can hold on to after painfully watching Ohio State kick Tennessee's ass. All right. Do you want to just quickly throw up with less than 20 minutes left, one last updated look at the Super Chat battle and the like battle? Probably get two more updated standings. No more Venmos. No one likes the guy that talks about when they lose weight because it's kind of like the person that talks about running a marathon. But I need to start wearing a belt now because that was never an issue before. And maybe every 5 minutes, I'm a 90s rapper just pulling my pants up. It's sagging. Mm-hmm. All right. It's been a wild near 4 hours with you guys here. Hopped on at 1 p.m. Central, 2 p.m. Eastern. And what an electric start to the show from Overlord and all the moves that were made. Evan Ingram signing, the Browns, Russell Wilson coming to visit, and a defensive tackle signing, allegedly, Malik Collins. And then we've got the Falcons making a couple of re-signings of their own, Kadero Hodge, Taquan Graham. So these are the updated numbers. Someone's got to get the Broncos at least to triple digits. Yeah. But right now, Falcons is shaping up for back-to-back wins, which is crazy because the Browns, they've had 2 people send in $500 super chats. What an incredible effort that might go down for nothing.
Oh, it's going down.
I mean, at least for gold medals. team awards. The like battle? Dude, it is very close. The Falcons have somewhat pulled away a little bit from the Broncos, but Cleveland's not far behind at all. Danny, thank you for tuning in. 15 minutes and change. So why don't we just quickly recap some of the news and more of my thoughts on it. Evan Ingram, I don't want to be a broken record, but I know people kind of come and go from the chat. 2-year deal, $23 million with the Broncos. Came to visit early in the week and left without a contract, but they get one done now. Overall, this is a good signing. Your tight end room was the worst in the NFL last year. Ingram, by far, just 4X's the talent in the room alone by himself. So you improve the roster. That's a big check. I don't like it as like I like the Hufanga and the Greenlaw signings more. That's probably the better way to phrase it. It's not that I dislike the Ingram signing. It's that it's probably my least favorite, but that doesn't mean it can't be a good signing. But I don't expect Ingram to come in here and revolutionize Denver's air game. So I like the signing, but I'm going to have somewhat mild expectations. Embrace debate. What's hotter, mild or medium? At B-dubs. Not again. Reed's like, I'm going to punch you in the face. Atlanta, they signed Mike Ford from Cleveland to be a special teams ace for them, if you will. Also, he played with the Falcons in 2022. They did lose Eddie Goldman on a 1-year contract to the Commanders. Eddie Goldman, if you don't know, really quickly, second-round pick by the Bears. He sits out the 2020 COVID year. All right? 2021, comes back to Chicago. 2022, he signs with the Falcons. He retires after signing. He sits out all of 2022. 2023, he decides, I want to come back. Comes back to the Falcons. Retires. 2024, he decides, I want to come back. And he actually plays in 2024. So since 2020, he has played in 2021 and 2024. He has either sat out or retired 3 seasons. So he's off to D.C. Taquan Graham, though, a different defensive tackle, is coming back to Atlanta, former 5th-round pick out of Texas. And Kaderil Hodge, a fan favorite, if you will, 2-year, $6 million contract. So a couple of additions and subtractions for Atlanta. Evan Ingram to Denver. And as for the Browns, half an addition so far. First, we have Tom Pelissero putting out Russell Wilson is visiting Cleveland, going to meet with the Browns. Then he's going to meet with the Giants the very next day. So Thursday, he's in the land. Friday, he's in the Big Apple. Probably stews on it Saturday, Sunday. Maybe he has a decision immediately. Knowing Russ, though, he kind of likes the attention. I doubt he wants to do it on Sunday because that's Selection Sunday in college basketball. So he might wait till Monday so he can be the number one talking point. And they also are signing Malik Collins. There's some conflicting reports about whether or not this is truly finalized. The Broncos are making a push right now for Super Chats. But allegedly, 2-year, $20 million contract for Malik Collins to Cleveland. So that's kind of the news roundup for the Browns, the Broncos, and the Falcons. But this one's got a slight asterisk to it. I probably ran with it too early, but I saw a tweet from someone who's an NFL insider, and I was like, all right, I'll take it. And usually after the new league year starts, there's no going back because you can actually sign contracts now. All right. Dalton Sipes with a $50 super chat. This is actually our first $50 super chat of the day. What are some under-the-radar wide receivers the Broncos could draft in the later rounds? If you ask Bo Nix, he would probably say his brother from Oregon, Tez Johnson. As for some other under-the-radar ones, later rounds, I'm thinking of guys who I think are probably not going to fall too far. I'm blanking the name, but the TCU wide receiver. Oh, Justin Stranad. Yeah, that was this morning. We covered that in a video we put out already, but yep, that's true. Van Jefferson, Falcon legend, going to the Titans. Dalton, I'm blanking on the TCU receiver's name, so I just want to look at it. It starts with Beck. Jack Beck from TCU. Jalen Royals, I don't think he's going to be there later rounds, but out of Utah State, I think he's going to be a fun pick for someone. And then I put out Tej Johnson as well. So I'll tell you, this is not later rounds, so it's not really what you're asking. But my favorite receiver in this class is Matthew Golden from Texas. I think he's going to be looked at as the best receiver when we review this draft class in a few years. But Tej Johnson, Jack Beck won't fall that far. Savion Williams, another TCU receiver, would be a name to watch for. But Dalton with a $50 super chat. Thank you so much, Dalton. Cannot show my express my gratitude and appreciation enough. Danny with a $5 super. How does the Denver tight end coach, worst in the NFL, get promoted to OC? Two-part answer for you. One, I think teams don't just solely judge the coach based on that individual position's production. Everyone knows that he was not Declan Doyle, who we're talking about here, was not working with a whole lot of talent, whether it was early draft picks or free agent signings. Plus, I think that some of these guys are brought in because they want to have him on the coaching staff. Like Tommy Rees, for example. Tommy Rees was the Browns tight end coach. He was the Notre Dame play caller. He was Nick Saban's final play caller. Then he goes to Cleveland to be the tight end coach. Tommy Rees played quarterback at Notre Dame. Tommy Rees is not a tight end. Being around the game for a long time, you learn all the positions, I'm sure. But I think that was a reflection of we want to have Tommy Rees on our staff, so we're going to make him the tight end coach. As for why he gets a job elsewhere, Declan Doyle is never going to be a play caller in Denver as long as Sean Payton is here. So he knows he can't go up. So it makes sense for some of these guys to kind of want to go diagonal, up and away. Danny, thank you so much for your super chat. We have some news. What is it? A.J. Dillon signing with the Philadelphia Eagles. Missed all of last year with the neck injury. 18 career touchdowns. He's a bowling ball of a back. He's going to be fun at the goal line for Philly. Maybe this is to take some of the some of the touches away from Saquon in like the high impact zones at the goal line when you've got 11 defenders at the line of scrimmage. But A.J. Dillon going to Philly. They lost Kenneth Gainwell, right? So they had to have some RB2. And it's A.J. Dillon from Green Bay, former second-round pick out of Boston College. Few other super chats here. The Broncos channel making a little bit of a push to try and get back in this super chat race with less than 10 minutes to go. Scott Fry, 2024, the Broncos beat the shit out of Atlanta, and I'm guessing that's clowns for Browns. Browns and Broncos play all these teams next year? Oh, 2024. I see. I thought I meant 2025. Yeah, I mean, remember that Broncos-Falcons game because both teams came off disappointing special teams endings. Younghoe Koo for Atlanta went 1 for 4, and Atlanta lost by 3. Of course, we know what happened between the Broncos and the Chiefs at Kansas City, and it's like, what team's going to get back on track? It was Denver. As for the Browns, Jerry Jeudy, though, he definitely got the last laugh. He put up an historic performance in Denver, but the Jameis Winston final pick 6 really sealed it, and that was the most Jameis thing ever. JC, of your three channels, rank which team you like from best to worst. You can't do that. You ask your parents to rank your 3 kids? No, that's preposterous, JC. Yeah, you know what, Ty Man, you have been flirting around with all the other channels. I hear you on the 49ers and the Eagles channel. I'm like, Ty Man, he's gotten too big for me. Can't even go back to his roots. JC, I understand why you're asking, and if I were in your shoes, I'd probably ask the same thing too, but I enjoy covering all 3 teams. JC, thank you for the super chat, though. Next one up. On our Browns channel. Cold weather games, mute the noise, plus a blowout. I will say, I took a lot of pride in how much orange was in Columbus. And I don't think Buckeyes fans, and they got the last laugh, of course, they won the Natty, but I think they were kind of triggered of, we've never seen this much of a takeover. I mean, it felt like it was 30 to 35% orange. I think it was the largest away presence ever at the shoe. And I'm proud of my fan base and our team for that. I don't like saying we for NFL pro teams. I feel like for a college team, the we works a little bit more because you went there. Like, you were a part of it more than you've ever been a part of a pro team officially. He's him. Who has a higher body count, Reed or Matt? I've been in a relationship for 5 years, so that's definitely working against me. I don't know a lot about Reed's love life. I know he's had a couple of ladies, so I don't know about college Reed, though. I really only know Dallas Reed. College Reed was a bit of a slut? A little bit of a hoe? Yeah. I know he had some girlfriends in college. Or one?
I had 2 girlfriends in college.
Okay.
2 girlfriends in
college. I had a girlfriend in college, my current fiance, senior year to present. Yeah. So single and ready to mingle freshman to junior year. Interesting. Moving on to no, we have Sup and Justin Farmer. So we can't put it on. Oh, Sup. You took back your message, so the software doesn't work. So but I do want to give Sup a Sup.
I saw
Sup.
So he had an earlier super chat that we can put up. There
it is. There's Sup super chat.
It was $2, but
yeah.
This was from earlier. No, he had originally said, "Who did the Browns just sign?" But he realized no, they didn't sign anybody, so he retracted his message. Sorry to.
I feel bad for
for
the social media account holder or social media team for these NFL teams. Like, they had to tweet out a thank you to Juan Thornhill. I saw that. I don't think they really meant to say thank you. All right. Justin Farmer. Under 5 minutes to go. Can we get one big push for maybe first or second in the super chat race for day 3? Denver won day 1. Atlanta won day 2. Cleveland looking for their first gold. But the Falcons have the lead right now. Pedro, if the Falcons do go offense in the draft, what position and what round do you think it happens? You know how confident I was last year that Dallas Turner would be a Falcon? I'm more confident this year that they are not going to go offense at pick number 15. So I would say it'd have to be, if they don't make any trades, it's not going to be their first or second rounder. They don't have a third. It would probably be their 7th. I think their first, second, and 4th. That's their first 3 picks are going to be defense. Edge, corner, edge. Trucker Mike is in the house. Pedro, thank you for the super chat. Justin, Matthew Golden to Atlanta or Isaiah Bond? I think Golden's going to be awesome at the next level. I think he's going to be a great slot receiver for a team, but he can also play outside as well. I'm pretty high on Golden as a receiver prospect in a draft class that I don't think has very good receivers in it to begin with, top to bottom.
Should we play Where is Trucker Mike?
Yeah, let's just catch up on He's Him real quick because I just don't like super chats falling behind. Trucker Mike is our Falcons trucker. We try to guess which state he is driving in whenever he hops in the live chat. So everyone play along. Predict what state you think Trucker Mike is in. He usually hangs out in the Southeast, but didn't he say he got a new area recently?
Yeah, he's going to be
more West Coast? Midwest?
Coast, right?
All right, I think all 48 states are up for grabs right now. I'm going to go with give me Missouri. Give me Missouri. Ohio is happy to take your redneck money.
I don't know.
All right. I guess that's how business works. So, yeah. Matt, what is the blackest thing about you? I don't know. I can't dance. I don't have a good answer off the top of my head here. I watched The Office and air disasters in World War II in color.
I would say
I got
the
nothing.
NFL.
I don't think the NFL can be that.
You like sports?
Sports can't be qualified as that.
No?
No, I don't think so. I got nothing. I'm pretty vanilla. Yeah. He's Him, I think, answered his own question. I think that's what he's doing here. That's my only interpretation for why he sent that in there. One moment. Under 2 minutes. One last big push for all 3 channels for a Super Chat battle. Pinky. Max says it's the braids. He's him. I don't turn my phone on. Ready for this? I do turn my phone on airplane mode on flights. I also don't want Wi-Fi on an airplane. I like the old traditional, when you go on a plane, you're like out of communication for however long you're in the air for. I like the rush of when you land and you turn your airplane mode off and you see if you have friends and if anyone texted you.
So
that's a fun feeling to go like, does anyone care about me?
I do it on purpose, just so that I get that. So that I get all my messages when I land. So
I like that feeling.
So that I have things to look at when I land.
Yeah.
Like when you're just waiting for, like you're taxiing or whatever, and like I put it on airplane mode so that everything comes all at once, so that I can look at it all.
Yep. I like. I'll use
not because I think it's gonna mess up the plane.
No, the airplane mode thing does not mess up the plane. I'm not going to bore you with the explanation behind it, but it's just about maybe too much frequency. But anyway, I will use the in-flight Wi-Fi to watch movies and shows and TV, but I do not want to get messages. I want to be off the grid while I'm in the air, like the olden days when that was the accepted norm of like, I'm flying, I am out of communication for the next few hours. All right, you want to show the updated Super Chat battle? Yep. All right. By the way, Trucker Mike, he says, new job. I will be traveling to more places soon. Trucker Mike, what's the state? I went with Missouri. What state did you go with?
I am going with South Carolina.
South Carolina? All right, Trucker Mike, let me know. And updated Super Chat numbers and like numbers. Oh, it's Tennessee. I thought about doing Tennessee just to stick it to he's him, but I didn't want to just be a homer. Well, enjoy your time on I-40 in the Volunteer State. Stop in Knoxville. There are some great restaurants there. Chivo, I swear, I know you wouldn't think this for Knoxville, Tennessee. Hands down, favorite Mexican restaurant is in Tennessee in Knoxville. Chivo. Stock and Barrel, my favorite burger of all time there as well. And one of my favorite bars, it's a beer castle. It's like a whole German beer castle. It looks like a medieval times castle, and it's just beer and pretzels and schnitzels on the inside. I love that. Jerome Williams, this is for Broncos. Let's go. Jerome, thank you very much for the Super Chat. Unfortunately, it might be too little too late, but I still love the passion. And thank you for the support you're showing the channel. Okay, we're going to get the updated numbers. Miami Mac. Ooh, Mac wants to know. Mac is like dipping into the he's him well. Yeah, we'll throw it on screen. I kind of, you know what I feel like right now? This is yet another Office reference for me. Remember the episode when Michael gets a stripper for the bachelor party for Bob Vance Refrigeration, and then they get Benjamin Franklin for the girls? I feel like we've gotten to the point now where people aren't interested in asking about the teams. They just want to know more about me on a personal level, but in like peculiar ways. They're not like, what's your favorite place to travel to? It's, have you ever been in a fist fight? Have you ever been in a fight? If yeah, did you win? So how do we qualify a fight? I've never been in a fight where it's like a true rock'em sock'em, throwing knuckles, everything like that. Like I've never been in a fight that would have. I've never been in a fight that if it was videoed, it would be a fun video to watch. You know, you see those fights at stadiums. Whatever reason, it always happens at the Cardinals stadium between like Niners fans and Cardinals fans. I've never been in one of those fights. I've been in sports scrums, though, I'd say. Like I played lacrosse all through high school, and that's not like hockey or anything. But there were plenty of instances where temperatures flared and heated up, and there was pushing and shoving, and penalties and things like that. Same in football, but no, I can't say I've ever truly been like a real fist fight where I came home with a black eye.
So same thing. Like I played sports my entire I've been in pushing matches and shoving matches on the football and basketball.
I've been in shoving matches with
court.
like fraternity friends at bars in college, but everyone kind of pussies out and no one really starts throwing fists.
So I worked at a bar for 2 years in college, and I broke up a lot of fights.
Okay, yeah.
And I
love watching fights.
I got into scuffles with drunk people and stuff like that. But I've never thrown a punch. I've never had a punch. I may have had a couple punches thrown at me or near me, but none have landed. I haven't gotten punched.
Yeah, I haven't either.
And I haven't punched anyone, but I saved someone from getting knocked out.
All right, let's update the Super Chat totals here. He's him. I don't watch political commenters. When I go home, I don't throw on Fox, CNN, so I don't have a good answer for you. But I think you already know the answer to that question. All right. So it's a win for Atlanta. Congratulations, Overlord. He deserves it. I mean, Dolphin, I don't want to shortchange you. What you did at the beginning of the show was remarkable, and I cannot thank you enough. Falcons today, though, back-to-back golds. So here's the question. Really quickly look at the likes, too. Do we go – yeah, Reed's going to update the like battle. Do we go live again tomorrow? Just let me know the interest. I don't want to waste your time. I don't want to bore anyone. But as we can see, things slow down compared to day 1 versus day 3. If you want to go live, I don't mind coming out and hanging out with you guys. But I also don't want to go live because it takes some work to get this plane off the ground. And have you guys to be honest, probably not. So Damon says no. I appreciate the honesty. Nick says yes. Ty Man says yes. Josh, up to you. Gabe says, yeah, Ty Man, what? You've been cheating on me, dude. Jose Herrera Bears in the house. Dylan would like it. Katie Jerome says yes.
Lit says just make individual vids.
I get that. Yeah. No, I don't think there's a right or wrong here. We'll kind of see how I think the next 12 hours plays out.
Yeah.
If there's a bunch of moves made, then okay, that could warrant it. We'll see. Danny says go live or we riot. Gabe says yes. Steve-O says yes. Imperiator, love hanging out. I do too. Wallace says yes. Hot Dog Burger says yes. Yeah. All right. Well, we will sign off. Thank you so much for... let's just put up He's Him's last 2 supers here. Ben Shapiro or Rachel Maddow. How do you pronounce that? Maddow? I think it's Maddow. I'm going to let you guys make your own prediction for what my answer would be, but I don't watch either one on any sort of consistent basis whatsoever. Go live, but wear a bag on your head, please. The first thing that popped in my head was not Browns fans, Factory of Sadness. It's the Lonely Island, I Just Had Sex song. She put a bag on my head. Still counts. Still counts. All right. We will let you all go. Thank you for all the super chats and support, liking, commenting. It was a blast. 4 hours and change. So you guys are awesome. I love every single one of you. And enjoy the rest of your Wednesday. And I'll see everyone tomorrow.